Good evening and welcome to the board meeting of October 8th. I'll call this meeting to order. And before we adopt the agenda, Dr. Castro, are there any revisions or corrections you'd like to make?
Yes, Dr. Dannenberg, staff would like to request that item 15C1 be brought to the top of the conference items.
Okay. Any other corrections or additions?
No, sir.
With that, I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Levere?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
And Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 4-0.
And I did not say Mr. Forsythe is just running late. He'll be here in a little while. So.
And I'm sorry, that was, the 15C1 was being moved to the top
Top
of
of-
the action?
Top of conference.
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 Thank you.
So. Okay. Do we have any public comments for closed session?
We do not.
We do not. Okay. Hearing none. We'll be going into closed session for employee discipline, dismissal, release pursuant to Government Code Section 54957B. I'll entertain a motion to go to closed session.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Levere?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
And Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 4-0.
Okay. We are adjourned to closed session. Good evening and welcome to our board meeting. We've just returned from closed session. If you would all please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin. I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call. Ms. Dom?
Thank you. President Dr. Jerry Dannenberg.
Here.
Vice President Trustee Calvin Peterson.
Here.
Trustee James Forsythe.
Present.
Trustee Alicia Levier.
Here.
Trustee Sabrina Rodriguez.
Here.
Superintendent Dr. Antonio Castro.
Here.
Student Board Member Kim Chavarria.
Here.
Student Board Member Alondra Contreras.
Here.
And Student Board Member Olivia Mobley.
Here.
Thank you.
In closed session this evening, we took no action, so we'll move on to the superintendent's report. Dr. Castro?
Thank you, Dr. Dannenberg. As it's coming up on the screen, we want to, as we do, acknowledge some gratitude awards. Although not up on the screen, earlier today I had the pleasure of offering a gratitude award from art teachers to one of our trustees, Sabrina Rodriguez, so congratulations and thank you for all of your contributions. And now that these are up on the screen, we first want to recognize Sarah Kaikana, and I apologize if I mispronounced the last name. Sarah's a health tech at Balboa Middle School. The person writing this recommendation said that she's the first staff member that students see when they're not feeling well, either physically or emotionally. She helps students transition back to class after providing comfort and empathy, because sometimes that's what you need as a student. She's amazing about contacting adults promptly when students need to head home for additional care. And she's considered to be an integral part of the Balboa office team, and that is why she's being recognized for her hard work and dedication. Our next individual is Laura De La Rosa, who works here at the ESC. She is the Homeless and Foster Youth Liaison. Ms. De La Rosa is noted as working hard and tirelessly on behalf of our foster youth and the homeless as the liaison. This past year, she's worked to obtain additional funding by writing a grant that will help her continue to benefit the students and families of highest need. She's generated a pantry where families can receive items that they need day to day. She's also started a parent night where she provides parents and students the resources so that way they're never left empty-handed. Ms. De La Rosa continues to find ways to improve the lives of families that she has the privilege to assist. And last is Mr. Jackson Hall, a teacher at Foothill. Mr. Hall is described as being an amazing teacher, that he's continually fun, begins class with conversations about students' lives. He's fair and willing to help students with what they need. Overall, he's just described as being great and contributes to Foothill High. And then our exec team also wanted to call attention to the fact that Mr. Hall is one of our co-teachers, and so we wanted to thank him for being one of several that are helping us move our practices forward. And so if you would help me, let's share our appreciation for these recognitions. Thank you. Okay, paced that perfectly. Thank you.
Next, we'll move on to our student board reports, and we really appreciate you being here because it's the highlight of our night usually. So thank you once again for being here, and we'll start with you, Kim.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Let's get right into what's happening at Buena. So we had a successful homecoming rally for our HOCO game, and we had a great participation, which was amazing considering it was our first rally of the year. And I'm just realizing that the Spirit Week is wrong on the slide, but it is the Rivalry Spirit Week, which also happened last week. And the teacher, Ms. Perez, in the slide is also, she was dressed up in one of our games, which was just great to see. In our homecoming game, the actual HOCO game was great, and we won, which was a plus. And our halftime show featuring the winning royalty, cheer team, and dance team went smoothly and was very entertaining. And the dance overall was great. The decorations was just amazing. There was a bunch of people just hanging out, and everyone seemed to be having really a lot of fun. And I had a lot of fun. Our rivalry week, which was last week, was great to see the participation throughout the whole entire week in our spirit week. And ultimately, the amount of spirit shown at the actual game was just amazing. Even though we lost, it was just a great opportunity to see all friends and just the people that are on the cheer team and the dance team, and also band that performed during halftime. And it was also a huge deal for Buena to make it a point for our sportsmanship to be good. And I'm happy to say that we had no quote-unquote V Downs posters or t-shirts as well. We hosted a tailgate right before the game that had Mr. Softies and Pizza Man dance, which brought in various students to hang out before the game and play some games such as cornhole and just socialize with peers. We also still have tutoring and college rep visits, and we hold tutoring after and before school in the library to help any students who need any extra assistance in their classes. We also recently had some colleges come in to talk to us, such as Wake Forest University, USC, and Chilton University. We also had our back to school night, which went amazing. We had Mr. Softies and House of Tacos, which was very appetizing. I did try. It was so amazing. And we also it was just a great time to see teachers and for parents to be able to see what's going on in their students' classes. We had a lunchtime activity per October. We had a beautiful art, which was run by our ASB freshmen, and overall it was just great to see young leaders come in and just organize an event during lunch, and just the freshmen, they did a great job, as you can see on the slide, the spooky ghosts on the poster. Coming up, we have UC Help for applications on the 23rd, and then in November on the 13th and the 26th. We also have our fall festival coming up, October 11th, which is talked about, supposed to be a great hit, so please come, all are welcome. And we also have our Avid field trip coming up this Thursday at Cal Poly Pomona. Thank you.
Thank you. Very nice. Alondra?
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. These are our events and highlights from Pacific recently. For this slide, we had a Chalk and Talk wellness event to bring attention to Suicide Prevention Month. Many students and staff participated in writing inspirational words, messages, and quotes to remind students their peers and faculty will be there to support them. Next, we had our back to school night. Many students and families had shown up to support. The teachers put on great presentations and information about their classes to show families the amazing class environment. Families were able to walk around campus and even grab food and clothing provided by the Salvation Army on the way out. And then finally, we had our blood drive. Many students participated to donate blood and save a life. Students were also given snacks and water to replenish their energy from their great deed.
Thank you. And on to you, Olivia.
Perfect. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm super excited to be here giving a quick update on Ventura High School. And starting with September 11th, we had our first day of our club week, which lasted 3 days. And we had over 40 clubs participate with tables out on the senior lawn to both promote their clubs and get people to sign up for their clubs and to show students at Ventura all the different opportunities available to them. And to celebrate Hispanic Heritage Month, we had lunchtime activities the week of September 16th, including traditional food, dance, and music for the students to engage in. And this is something that we had really great participation in, and it was really well received by all the students. And then again on September 27th, there we go. On September 27th, we had our back to school night, which I'm sure is something you guys are all very familiar with, but it gave parents just an opportunity to see what their students are doing and meet their students' teachers while learning about the school. And we had a really huge turnout of both parents and students, and around campus we had various fundraisers going on for different clubs and sports, including our chemical engineering club having a bake sale, girls flag football was selling Mr. Softy, and boys soccer was selling pizza. And Ventura also had 100% staff participation, which allowed parents to really get the full Ventura High School experience, which was really awesome. And on September 27th, Ventura had our first ever athletic rally, and the rally was held at 7:30 in the morning. And we had over 555 students attend, which is over 80% of the student athletes at Ventura High School, which was really awesome to see, especially at that time. And at this rally, multiple speakers went over the expectations for our student athletes. And this included proper sportsmanship, the Ventura High School Code of Conduct, the importance of having pride in your school and respect for your sport, and the anti-bias, anti-racist policies that we abide by. And October 30th to October 4th, we had our rivalry week leading up to our football game against Buena on Friday night. We had spirit days every day of the week and held lunchtime activities and prizes for those who participated. On Friday, we had a lunchtime rally with a local radio station playing music with speeches from our football coach and our varsity captains to get people excited for the game. And we had a really great turnout at the game where our super fan section theme was black and gold, and we got to witness obviously the amazing performances by Buena's dance, cheer, and marching band. And then another sports achievement that we got to see at Ventura High School was our girls golf team, who won the Ventura Cup with a score of 229. And for our club highlight at Ventura High School, we have our Cougar Trail crew, who always work to restore local trails and keep them maintained and open to the public. And they recently went up to the V, which is really cool because we can see it from our campus. And they pulled weeds and just redefined all the edges, which was something that was really cool to see. And right now, we are in the midst of our second Hispanic Heritage Celebration Week and have more lunch activities planned and spirit days throughout the rest of this week. October 10th is going to be our Higher Education College Fair, in which we have over 20 colleges coming to allow students to learn about these colleges without having to physically visit them and see the options that they have available after graduation. October 19th is going to be our homecoming dance with a spirit weekend rally leading up to the football game on Friday. And lastly, our College and Career Center is putting on our college application week from October 21st to 25th, with each day dedicated to a different aspect of college admissions for seniors to receive help from various counselors. And we're really excited for the upcoming months. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next item is correspondence. Do we have any correspondence, Dr. Castro?
We do not.
Any correspondence from any of the board members? Okay. Next one, to public comment. Ms. Quiros?
Thank you. We do have several public comments this evening for general public comment. Good evening, everyone. You will receive 3 minutes to speak this evening. I will give you a 30-second warning, and the timer will indicate when the time is up. Before we begin, we would like to remind everyone that the governing board recognizes the impact that civility has in the effective operation of the district, including its role in creating a safe and positive school climate and enabling a focus on student well-being, learning, and achievement. The board believes that each person should be treated with dignity and respect in their interactions within the school community. The board does understand that the First Amendment provides strong protection for speech. However, the board expects that all speech, expression, and action will follow the norms of civil behavior on district grounds, facilities, during district activities, meetings, and events, and in the use of district electronic, digital systems and platforms. Please remember that this meeting is streaming live, and we do have students in attendance and that watch our meetings, so please keep language as respectful as possible. Please also note that the microphone is calibrated at the podium, and there's no need to touch that. Just speak right on into it. The first speaker will be Julie Preciado, followed by Jorge de Leon. I'll just get the timer ready if Julie wants to come up.
Good evening. I'm Mr. Preciado. I'm definitely not my wife, so just wanted to make that known right off the bat. May I begin? Good evening, board members, president, vice president, young faculty that are here. That is amazing. I loved hearing those intros. Tonight, I actually come to you just as a humble parent. I don't really come to complain. I understand what complaints are. I'm in the world of law enforcement, and I've been doing it for 30-something years, plus I was in the military before that, and I understand conflict resolution. I understand how do we deal with issues. So tonight again, my wife and I just come here before you as parents and truly seeking guidance from everybody here, and how can we move forward to provide a safe environment for all of our children, especially the ones who don't speak up and don't have parents who present themselves here today or know how to follow that process. The three words that actually come to mind are accountability, communication, and transparency. Being a school resource officer myself at Adolfo Camarillo High School back in 2012 through 13, right around there. I was there for a couple of years. I worked with Mr. Littman. Love that guy. We were like Starsky and Hutch. So I understand the ins and outs of administration and law enforcement in the school system. Sadly, our daughter was exposed to several different incidents over the last 2.5 years. She's a junior this year. And accountability, telling her to speak up was always, well, go to the adults, go to the faculty, go to people who should take care of things. And sadly, as a parent, to hear that that wasn't dealt with the right way, and I would have to get involved, was one concern. Communication, again, I always told her to speak up, make sure you explain everything, don't hide anything, help those who can't speak up for themselves, especially yourself. She at times communicated these to faculty members, and again, this didn't, it fell on deaf ears, sadly, and even when other adults tried to get involved in certain incidents, it just wasn't handled correctly, and again, we had to get involved. The last word, again, transparency, something that my job is very big about. I think this is probably where I'm actually seeking guidance from all of you. I know, I just want to say just quickly that Assistant Principal Derek Rusk was amazing. I do have to give him a shout out. Recently, I brought several of these concerns to him, and he handled it amazingly. I did voice several of these issues that we were having. But last, I just want to leave you with something said by Aristotle: all men and women by nature have a desire to know. And where I end with the transparency piece is that I understand there's certain things that this board or certain school districts cannot say because, you know, it's our children, and discipline isn't something that we talk about all the time. But maybe just to have clear communication, better transparency, accountability and communication, and that's just relayed back and forth a lot better. We'd just like to see that as parents. Thank you very much.
Everybody's looking at me, you're making me nervous. I'm just kidding. As a parent, I come before you with a message of gratitude and also a call to action for our community members in Ventura. I am currently a parent. My wife and I are currently parents of a Loma Vista student, a Cabrillo Middle School, a Ventura High School student, and now a Cal Poly student. I personally attended Balboa Middle School and Buena High School. And currently, as a 12-year parent of Loma Vista, with 2 more years to go there, I just want to say thank you to each and every single teacher that inspired my kids that are now retired. Mrs. King, Mrs. Lipscomb, Mrs. Wallace, Mrs. Trapp, Mrs. Elzenbaumer, just to name a few. And one of my highlights of being a parent at Loma Vista was going to CIMI, the Channel Islands Marine Institute. It's one of those great projects that I think influenced my child. And there's someone in our midst that was one of the fellow parents that day that we were able to have fun and mess with the kids that day in a very positive way. He's standing right in front of me. I will try my best. I've tried my best to be involved as a parent in our community, from volunteering in the classroom, participating in the school site council, being a volunteer at the games, even though I have no idea what I'm doing, participating in the 7-Eleven committee, the parcel tax committee, the LCAP, and now on the bond committee, just to name a few. And I really would like to encourage our community members to get involved and join a committee. We need you in the parcel tax committee as an example. Your involvement will actually, you know, as I'm speaking to the parents and our community members, it will continue the greatness of our school district. And I would really like to keep it that way because I am invested in this community. I do not plan to leave this until at least the last of my kids goes through the high school program. Thank you all for serving as trustees as well. And as administrator, staff, and employees, again, for taking and looking out after our kids. I understand that it's a tough challenge to be balancing the budget, the challenges of some community members that may not necessarily agree with the decisions that you make. But I ask that people become more involved in a just a positive way. So thank you again for this. Thank you.
That's all the general public comment we have at this time. For those that have put in for agenda item 15C2, we'll bring you up just after the presentation per our procedure.
Okay, thank you. At this time, we would like to allow our students to leave if you'd like to. You're welcome to stay, but we understand you may have studies or something you need to get home to, so feel free to leave at this time. Move on to the action agenda. Action item 1, resolution 24-19, continued funding application for state preschool program. This is the first read. Dr. Castro.
Thank you, Dr. Dannenberg. I will hand this over to Dr. Bayless.
Thank you very much, Dr. Castro. Yeah, it's my pleasure to introduce this item. It's our annual request for board support for ongoing funding from the state to continue our fantastic preschool programs under the direction of Cara Dallamora and Dr. Soledad Molinar. So happy to answer any questions you might have.
Any questions by the board members? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion to approve this item.
Move to approve.
Second. Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Levere?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
And Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Action item B, Human Resources, certificated approval of provisional interim permits, PIPs, and waivers. Again, this is the first read. I don't know, is there anything need to be said about it? No? Any questions?
I'll move approval.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Levere?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
And Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Action item C, Business Services, number 1, award contract 47, contract E7-24 Ventura High School scoreboard replacement to Adderall Construction Company for $469,800. Any questions?
I had, a question and a comment. So first, I just wanted to thank staff. I asked for schematics for these, and I think it would be very helpful moving forward if when these come before us for the public to be able to see what it is we're talking about in addition to the actual contract. Because again, it's just another chance for people to see what they look like and to have an understanding of why we're spending, in this case, close to $500,000 on a scoreboard. It's a big ticket item, right? So I think it's helpful for people to see more. I also was curious if there was any insight into why we only got one bid.
There's not a lot of scoreboard installations going around in the county. It's not very attractive to contractors. So that's my guess. I mean, I personally reached out to contractors, phone calls, emails, is advertised in the newspaper. So I think it's just narrowed down to just not being attractive. It's a lot of specialty items in this project.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion.
Move to approve.
A second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Levere?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
And Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Item number 2, award contract E8-24 Buena High School scoreboard replacement. And on this one, we had 2 bidders, and the successful bidder was Ardalon Construction Company for $349,800. Any questions?
So same basic comment about in the future. I think the schematics, by the way, are beautiful. I really do think these new scoreboards are going to be a huge upgrade for the stadiums. So it's not in any way that I'm reluctant to do it, but I just think it's helpful for the people to be able to see it. And unless anybody else has a comment, I'll make a motion.
I have a quick question. Since Arlen, how do you say that? Arlen. They bid on the last one, and that was about $100,000 more almost. So what, are these scoreboards vastly different? One's more technologically?
No, Ventura High School, just again, due to topography. Location, just the complexity.
So it's more of that
it's a little bit more involved.
Sounds good, thank you.
We have a motion.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Levier?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
And Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Item 3, award contract C6-25 EP Foster Annex stucco removal and replacement. In this case, we had 4 bidders, one that was determined not to be qualified in the end, and the lowest responsible bidder goes to Wiseman Construction for $380,000. Any questions?
Not a question, but a comment.
Uh-huh.
Weissman Construction is located really far away, and so I know that this is something that staff understands that is important to us, but I would really love to see more of these filled with local hire, because these are local dollars and it's important. I understand that we're by law required to take the lowest bidder in this case, but whatever we can do to encourage more local contractors to apply, I think benefits our community and spends that money that we're earning here back in the community. So,
Any other questions or comments? I'll entertain a motion.
so moved.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Levier?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
And Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Item number 4, request approval of contracts exceeding $25,000. Your list is before you this evening. Any comments, Dr. Castro?
I just wanted to ask Dr. Mirza to provide a little bit of background, and Ryan, if you would too, on item 1, the playground equipment for Elmhurst and Mound Elementary Schools. If you could just provide some detail about the allocation of the total amount.
Yeah, sure. I mean, it's pretty much split down the middle between Mound and Elmhurst for the equipment. So that's what this CMAS purchase is. We're currently in development with final construction documents so we can bid out the install to contractors. So this is for equipment only.
And I know I sound like a broken record, but I will just say, I appreciate that staff got me the schematics for these playgrounds. I really think it's helpful when we're already attaching the contracts here for people to see, to be also able to see an example of the project. It's just another set of eyes for people to be reminded of why we're spending this money from the bond on playgrounds. But I do really appreciate that staff was able to get those to us.
And those playgrounds, they're all inclusive. They're well, not all inclusive, but they're for.
Yeah, every playground we're installing will be inclusive.
Will be inclusive. Thank you.
I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Levier?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
And Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Okay. Moving on to our conference agenda, we've been asked to move item 15C1 up, so we're going to be moving our 22-23 Citizens Bond Oversight Committee report up. Dr. Mirza, did you want to make any comments?
Yes, thank you, Maddie, and the Oversight Committee for coming to present today, and appreciate all the hard work this committee does and time and effort that it takes to wrap our head around and make sure that we're spending the dollars accurately. So take it away, Maddie.
Okay. Well, good evening, President Dannenberg, Vice President Peterson, members of the board, and Superintendent Dr. Castro. My name is Maddie Hendrick, and I'm the chair of the Measure E Citizens Bond Oversight Committee. I am honored to be here in front of your board to present the annual report from fiscal year 2022 through 2023 on behalf of the committee. The annual report was drafted by members Ashley Pope, Marina Porter, and myself. The final report was approved by all members of the committee. So a brief overview. Ventura Unified School District placed Measure E on the ballot for the November 8th, 2022 election. Measure E was passed by the district's voters. The bond parameters are very specific on what bond funds may be spent on. All funds must be spent on construction, reconstruction, rehabilitation, or replacement of school facilities. Bond funds may not be spent on salaries. Members of the committee are listed here who served on the committee for the entirety of the 2023-2024 term. Our values. We value that the bond is spent equitably, distribute the funds as defined in the initiative, and every student has the right to benefit from Measure E bond funds. We also value transparency, communicating Measure E projects to all stakeholders, and encourage public input in areas where the committee has jurisdiction. The role of the committee. This is something that we really worked on during this first initial year of the committee. So what the committee does, our responsibilities. We inform the public of the district's expenditures of the bond proceeds. We review Measure E bond expenditures. We review bond projects to make sure the projects are not in conflict with the parameters set forth in Measure E. And we also produce an annual report and provide it to the Ventura Board of Education. What we do not do, the committee does not provide input on projects. We do not choose contractors, and we do not set the priority of projects. So the capital allocation summary from 22-23 fiscal year, Measure E allowed bond funds to be used on expenses that met requirements of the bond for the entirety of the fiscal year, not just from November 8th, 2022 forward. Our findings. The committee reviewed the report prepared by Clifton Larson Allen LLP, an independent audit firm, on the Measure E Bond Building Fund for fiscal year July 1st, 2022 through June 30th, 2023. This report was presented to your board on April 16th, 2024, and was provided to our committee on April 25th, 2024. After reviewing the audit, the committee has confirmed that all Measure E bond funds were used only for approved projects in compliance with Proposition 39. So looking ahead, the committee is very excited to see progress on the projects that are in the works, including HVAC, updated inclusive playgrounds, and roofing projects. There will also be many security upgrades to help secure our campuses, solar and lighting projects, and updated sports facilities. So at this time, thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you, and thank the committee for their work. We really appreciate it. Any questions by any board members?
Well, first, yes, thank you. I know it ended up being a bigger job than you initially kind of signed on for, so thank you all for your service. And then I was just, a question for staff, kind of curious, this is our 22-23 report. Do we have a sense of when we're going to be closing out this year?
So the year is closed out, but we're waiting for our audit to be completed, and they're on track. So mid-December, the audit report would be presented to the board. Then we would present that to the oversight committee. Then they would start on that report. So early next year.
So yeah, so the timing, because this was the first one, it took longer. But so when will we expect, kind of on an annual basis, to have?
If the audit is completed in time by their deadline, in December 15th, then by January, February, we will present it.
Thanks.
As you may recall, the audits were pushed back a little bit with some new changes and stuff, so for last year. Okay, any other questions? Okay, once again, thank the committee for all their work. We appreciate what you all do.
James had a question.
Oh.
No, I just wanted to thank you for your work. I don't know how you do it, counting pennies all day like that, but looking at a balance sheet sounds rough, right? But I appreciate it. Thank you for all your hard work. Thank you.
Okay, moving on to our first conference agenda item A.
Sorry, just kind of a point of order. We would move to public comment now, correct? Do we have it? Oh, I wasn't sure if we had any public comment on this issue.
No public comment for 15C1, but we do for 15C2.
Thank you. Yeah, great. Okay, thank you so much. Sorry for the interruption.
Okay. Conference item A, Educational Services, presentation of the California State Cohort 2 fee schedule and capacity grants for implementing a cost recovery model and a potential partnership with Healthy Campus. Dr. Bayless, I assume.
Thank you very much, Dr. Danberg. As the team comes up and prepares to support on this issue, I want to provide a few, let's see, are we, this is the,
No, this is not that one.
wrong slide, John.
I was surprised that I saw someone in the audience.
This is a public meeting.
There we go. That's one. Okay. Looking forward to introducing you to Thomas Schaefer, president of Healthy Campus. But before we do that, I wanted to provide some background on this really exciting opportunity that comes at a perfect time for our district. And as we all know, we have built up significant supports for students in the area of behavioral and mental health. And so those grant funds for our wellness centers will be sunsetting soon. Those COVID era funds will be sunsetting soon. So this is an opportunity for us to provide sustainable funding for an incredibly important part of our portfolio of services for students. So I want to describe in detail as much as possible this somewhat sizable title here for this item. First, let's talk about MTSS. The multi-tiered systems of support is a state-sponsored concept whereby we provide tiered supports for students academically, social, emotionally, behaviorally, so that all students receive sufficient supports at level 1, at tier 1. Fewer students receive supports that need it in a tier 2, and then very few students, but nonetheless receive support at a tier 3 framework. This concept is the overarching concept behind the Children and Youth Behavioral Health Initiative, which is designed to help districts like ours, all state districts, get to the place where they can provide tier 1 and tier 2 behavioral health services sustainably. So this is really an incredible initiative on the part of the state, and under the direction of Dr. Castro and the vision of this board, really, we applied for participation in cohort 2. Only those districts, and we are now one of 2 districts in Ventura County, only one of 2 districts to be admitted into the cohort that can take advantage of this opportunity for this multi-payer fee schedule. So our operational readiness made it such that we were accepted into cohort 2. So really pleased. So thank you, board, for the vision and foresight that you had to help us get to a place where we are doing the things that the state wants us to do, and now we have the opportunity to develop a cost recovery model to get paid for those services. So the multi-payer fee schedule is exactly that. It is a schedule of services that schools can provide, and schools do provide, and that we are providing, that can receive reimbursement at a very specific rate on a schedule. And it's a little unlike Medi-Cal reimbursement or BOP, what we currently have. It's significantly expanded in terms of the number of roles within our district that can bill for these services. The number of services is greatly expanded, and the number of payers is greatly expanded. So not just the state, but now insurance companies can be billed for this as well. And by law, they're required to pay per the fee schedule. So this is the background to what we are trying to accomplish. So again, primarily kudos to the board, our district, Dr. Castro, our team, for putting us in a position to be eligible for this really important opportunity at this point in time. We also applied for the School Link Partnership and Capacity Grant, and that is a state-sponsored grant that helps districts like ours that are operationally ready but need a little bit extra to get to the point where they can implement this fee schedule and sustain over time, independent of the boom and bust cycle of state finances, where we can sustain these behavioral and mental health services in this MTSS model that we have built up, and even expand those things. So in this capacity grant that we have been allocated, not yet awarded, and we've been working with the county on this, there's about 27, I think, different areas of allowable grant expenditures. And I'll just walk you through a few of them that we think are sort of ripe for us to emphasize, and this is what brings us to this potential partnership with Healthy Campus. First and foremost, moving us to a place where we have the capacity to bill for many more services that we currently bill for, and under many more roles than we currently use to bill for Medi-Cal or through our BOP program. We have to build or contract for a service that has a big system, big database system with all kinds of privacy concerns that merges with our database but is separate and safe. All things related to insurance, all things related to privacy, et cetera, healthcare coverage, electronic medical records. So you can see here these 4 areas: data collection, documentation, technological enablement, billing infrastructure, contracting with a full-service third-party billing vendor. These are for the primary areas where we are proposing to use our grant funds to partner with a vendor, and our primary preference at this point is Healthy Campus, and I'll introduce Thomas Schaefer in just a moment, but they're also the likely preferred partner for other county participants as they move forward with cohort 3 and those other county participants in the capacity grant. And they're already actively working across the state, and they have a really robust model that we think we can be confident in as we do something very different, which is sort of we are already providing behavioral and medical services to students, but now we're going to become a full service provider with the ability to bill and sustain those over time. So, my pleasure to introduce.
I had a question on the
sure.
back slide. When it says contracting with the full service third-party billing vendor, is that the person? It's a separate entity that's going to make sure that we get the funds.
That's correct.
Deposited.
That's
or,
correct. Yes.
Okay. Do we do that for anything else, or is this just specifically for this?
Well, we currently contract with a service that supports our Medi-Cal billing and our BOP billing, but again, this is significantly greater than that in our current program.
I also had a question.
Sure.
So you mentioned that we were awarded but have not yet received the grant. What was the value of the grant?
Right now, the preliminary number is in the 1.9 million neighborhood, and I think that it's possible that could go up or down, fluctuate, but that's our preliminary allocation.
And renewable or non-renewable?
It's a 5-year grant. It's a one-time amount for 5 years.
Okay, so 5 years to spend it.
That's correct.
Okay. And then my other question, kind of. We're mostly beholden to FERPA in education, right? Like when it comes to student privacy and data, you're now layering on HIPAA,
Mm-hmm.
which, because of my husband's work, I have unfortunately a lot of experience in. How will that interface be managed? Because sometimes you need to have student information in order to be able to provide medical care. That's very different than preventing the share of student information that we're usually kind of restricted through FERPA. So
that's absolutely one of the top 3, if not the top question and concern moving forward that we have. And I'll let Thomas address those, but primarily the mechanism is to have a completely separate, secure system that houses that data and that deals with electronic medical records, and that we don't take those on ourselves. And that's the value of partnering with a really secure third-party billing vendor, that's their business. And so we can circle back to that question after Thomas presents, but that's the primary reason why we are looking to partner with a third party. All right, my pleasure to introduce Thomas Schaefer, president of Healthy Campus. I'll be your PowerPoint guide here. So Thomas, thank you for being here.
No worries. I feel this is down at my belly, but it says don't touch it, so I'm not going to. Nice to meet everyone. Good evening. Members of the board, vice president, president, superintendent, and others. I think that was a great explanation, Greg. You did a really great job explaining this incredible opportunity. To summarize, the CYBHI initiative was passed as part of the Senate Budget Act of 2021. It's a 4.6 haircut down to $4.3 billion initiative. And as a component of that initiative is the creation of this fee schedule, 52 services across 4 service categories that your school district is currently providing to students. These aren't contemplated to be brought in as new services. The school district is currently providing this service, but it's not being paid for it. In other words, this creates a mechanism for the services that you're currently giving to students through your PPS, counselors, social workers, therapists, etc., to create a claim, and then for that claim to be sent out to whatever insurance company the student has, be it Medi-Cal or Kaiser, Molina, Cigna, United, Blue Cross Blue Shield, Anthem, doesn't matter. Creates a claim, and it mandates that that claim be paid by the insurance company without cost sharing, co-payments, deductibles, or any cost implication to the family. And so this is an amazing mechanism for you to bring significant revenues into the school district as a way to sustain these services, and very timely. To your point, Greg, there is a deficit at the state level of incredible amounts, and districts and county offices alike are contemplating how do we sustain these services that largely were built out with one-time funds and such. And so comes at a very timely, in a very timely place, and actually to your credit and to your vision in getting involved in cohort 2. And Healthy Campus we've had hundreds of conversations with districts and county offices across the state. We've been to every county office, and we've seen a lot of variance in how districts envision this, and you are a trailblazer. I can say that you're doing a great job with your students first in thinking about this. And so that said, it's an amazing opportunity, but there are incredible challenges. You are now a hospital, congratulations. And along with that, I'm exaggerating, but along with that, there are significant administrative obstacles, implementation challenges and gaps in creating claims and managing sensitive data, in handling regulatory compliance, HIPAA versus FERPA, minor consent, all kinds of things that come into play with this. Data analytics, measuring academic outcomes, how they correlate to these interventions, what we're all here for at the end of the day. All of these activities create an implementation gap, and they impose an administrative burden on everyone that's already too busy with a lot on their plate. And so how do we solve for that implementation gap? So the gap there is really between school districts and the sustainable funding through these health insurance plans. So on to the next slide there. This is how the gap can be solved for. Many districts thought initially they could solve this by getting a billing provider and an electronic health record system, 2 platforms, but then it was obvious with just those 2 we're missing a lot of information still. We don't have a way to collect insurance information. We don't have a way to integrate the SIS so we can measure how does this impact ADA, how does it measure against academic outcomes and behavioral issues, how do we care coordinate in a closed loop fashion, how do we manage customer service, and those sorts of things that inevitably will happen as we open up to general education. And so they go out and buy all these different platforms, and then to the next slide, how do we integrate them, and how do we manage the administrative complexity that results from having many different platforms, many different providers, and many different solutions? It ends up putting on more burden and destroys the original intent of sustainability for the district. And so going to the next slide, what we offer is one platform, one ecosystem. We're the only provider to offer one solution that simplifies and streamlines the administrative complexity of this program. And we pair that software platform with personnel, real living, breathing humans here in Ventura that help you out, that manage the account, that implement the administrative requirements of enrolling practitioners so they're eligible to reimburse for this program, ensuring things are done, people are trained, schools understand how to implement. And we provide that one comprehensive solution to fill that gap. And so what that does is it pairs a platform, a software platform, with services. The software platform reduces variance across how the program is implemented at each school. It reduces risk that comes with having to train versus implement software as a process. It maximizes your return on investment and sustainability by maximizing the amount you get paid for every claim and the reduction of timeliness to get you paid on those claims. And then we ensure implementation with our people. And so key points in this are that districts face significant financial challenges in sustaining behavioral health programs currently. The fee schedule can address these financial challenges. However, districts need software and support. Ventura Unified has seen the vision to be in cohort 2 to get the capacity grant dollars and to move ahead so that you can sustain these departments and these services, but you need support. And Healthy Campus provides a robust platform and comprehensive support. We're proud to be a part of the highest secure platform in the state. We have the highest level of data security in our platform as a result of another contract that we have under the DoD with the VA. We have one unified ecosystem that simplifies the complexity. The way we collect claims integrates AI in a very interesting and meaningful way to be able to reduce administrative burden and maximize returns. And then we provide comprehensive administrative implementation training and ongoing support. So those are the key points. This is the highest level of data security. It's called FedRAMP. Under FedRAMP, there's 3 tiers. FedRAMP High being the highest allows us to handle military records under that VA contract. It's also the same ecosystem that benefits the data security of your students. Going to the next one, that is, if you remember Schoolhouse Rock, we use AI to help paint the picture of how claims can go wrong. And when claims are abandoned and underpaid, they require a significant amount of administrative work to get them appealed and paid. As many as 50% of claims are denied the first time when you encounter multi-payer fee systems. And our AI has been trained on all the payer policies, documentation requirements, legislative requirements, case law, and so forth, and it can produce robust documentation packages for tens of thousands of claims in minutes, flipping the tables on payers and balancing things out to get claims paid. So. That said, we're excited about the opportunity, the possibility of partnering with you, and we appreciate your vision in putting students first to sustain these services.
Thanks very much, Thomas. I just want to bookend this by thanking our team of directors who were involved in the writing of this grant. A couple of them even flew up at a moment's notice to Sacramento to do some research. So thank you, Neil and Maria. And I just want to end with this, Trustee Rodriguez, because this relates to one of your questions. So one of the primary concerns that we have, of course, is student data privacy, especially as we take on this new layer. And what Healthy Campus provides here is just without equal in the marketplace. And so that's one of the many reasons why we believe that that partnership is so compelling, because it's something that we can look in the eyes of our parents and families and guardians and say, we are doing this to sustain these services, but we also recognize the significant ask that we have of you, which is to receive medical information, receive a layer of private student information that it goes even above and beyond what we currently house with our academic records, et cetera. So I really appreciate this feature of Healthy Campus among many. So happy to answer any questions, and we have the whole team here that we own bits and pieces of this. This really is a new frontier, and so forgive us if we have to say we don't know for sure yet what the answer to that question is, but we'll do our best.
Questions?
Shockingly, I have a lot of questions. First, you were very sweet to say that the board has given this vision, but really it's a collaboration, and I think we are fortunate to have an amazing staff who have taken that initial board direction and really made it so much more than we ever envisioned. And I'm really proud of the work that our district is doing around mental health, because I do think it's changing people's lives. And so, and I don't throw those things around, you know that. So like, I really do think that like the work that we're doing is really impactful. I have concerns about kind of this next phase. So, you know, one of the things that concerns me is the idea that a student showing up to receive services, there is going to be a question of insurance, which even if there isn't even if we're not turning someone away based on their insurance, the mere question sometimes discourages people from participating. Another question I have is about kind of having, you know, you mentioned like now we're hospital. So now we have people's information all together, right? Like up until recently it was you had your academic record, you had your health record. Those two didn't really interact. the idea of being able to pair mental health services to academic outcomes, while that might be useful, scares me, right? Because now we are tracking students' mental health issues and their academic performance, and that, I think, could lead to some places that we're not envisioning in terms of student outcomes. And then the other thing, I really would love to understand the cost structure for this, because the money isn't mentioned anywhere. So those are my three big ones.
Excellent questions, as usual. Let me start with the last question about cost. So we purposely did not bring a contract forward. We're still in the exploratory phase. We don't have the award yet. We're just inviting you for input and to support our thinking along the way. So the cost structure is in general going to be, we intend right now to use as much of the grant award as we can towards a contract that can support us here. Now, like I said before, there are 27 different funding priority areas. But what has been learned, as Thomas mentioned in cohort 1, is that without a complete ecosystem, without a complete package solution, you're going to be struggling to, okay, we're going to have this platform for this, we're going to hire these people to do this other thing, and it's going to be somewhat chaotic. And so our intent is to use the full amount of our grant funding towards building a sustainable, long-term system that will have a really strong return on investment. So let me start with that answer. About the metrics, I think that's a really fair point. That's something that we've never done. We can say that we do have some metrics, like in our wellness grant reporting, about the number of students that access our services, and that what kind of services, groups, individual counseling kinds of interactions, in order to conform to the grant but demonstrate the wellness center's viability and importance. And I think I presented on some of that data before. You're right in that then going even further and saying, and this is how it's connected to student academic outcomes, that would be new territory for us, and we'd have to navigate that, and whether or not that would be something that the board would want us to do or not, that would be a conversation. There's not a requirement of this grant.
And Dr. Bayless, I'll just jump in there for a couple of reasons. The first one is, if there was another topic earlier, I think it was toward the end of last year, where we came forward and you saw staff wrestling with, to what degree do we focus on the process and service versus how much things cost. And so there was a conversation from the board about, well, when these things come forward, maybe we shouldn't focus or lead with the cost, and rather than focus on what we're trying to accomplish. So again, we still wrestle with that, like to what degree, in particular, given that we still don't know precisely what the cost will be and precisely what our grant will be. We felt like this was a good opportunity to try that out. So if we got it wrong, let us know. We'll keep fine tuning. The one part about this is an opportunity also for us not just to talk about the services, but also to talk about like what we actually do in education. We've already talked about the fact that we are providing mental health services. The distinction here is that we're merging kind of two worlds, but one of those worlds we already administer. So, Katie, if you wanted to come up later on, if there are more board questions along this, we already maintain records that would be, if it weren't in a school system under FERPA, they would be considered records under HIPAA. So we're already in that world. This is, again, an opportunity to merge those processes closer together, but then also to reap a benefit that could extend the benefit of the services that we have in place. The last part, which is also an area of discomfort, which is, to what degree is there already a connection between improved social-emotional outcomes and academic outcomes? And I think that when we look at, like, for example, the California Healthy Kids Survey, we, for a long time, have a lot of mental health indicators that state how kids show up, the level of need that's required, and also we know, without too much more work, how that's correlated with academic outcomes and also like social emotional outcomes. So again, this process, although it feels a little bit more intrusive, these are data points that we already have. These are outcome data that we already have, and it allows us to potentially refine how we do the work that we do, because everything we do has to do with academic or outcomes. Everything we has to do with creating wellness for students. So it is, but it does, again, this is a next level thing, and we share that level of concern. So I just wanted to weigh in there.
And Trustee Rodriguez, I wanted to address your first question about the concept of denial or being aware of a denial when it comes to providing services for students. So I understand that concern. However, this system is designed, we're already providing those services. We will continue to provide those services to students fundamentally, independently of whether or not the claim is approved immediately, whether or not there's a denial dispute process. That's our fundamental commitment, and there's going to be no wavering. Now, the one thing in the order of operations that I'll offer is that I don't believe right now, and Thomas, you can correct me if I'm wrong based on your experience in other districts, that we don't collect that information from a student upon delivery of service. It's that we are going to collect that information, period, for all students, so that when students access those services, we already have that on hand. So it is not a, you're coming in for the wellness center, show us your insurance card first, and then we'll let you come in and receive a service. It really is, it's another layer of information that we're going to be requesting of our families so that we can have seamless provision of services throughout the school year. Yeah, thanks, Thomas.
I can weigh in on that too. So that is right. And a requirement under DHCS of this fee schedule program is that districts will begin collecting insurance information. And most districts are contemplating this in a first day packet or with enrollment, but there's also opportunity to educate the community, to cultivate trust, to have events, coffee with the counselors, those sorts of things. And we facilitate the secure collection process for that information. One thing that's key to all of this is the local context of your district and your schools. If you've seen one district, you've seen one district, and the same is true on schools. That things are different, cultures are different, languages are different. And so the nature of the capacity grant dollars is that this money is used, although we deploy this platform across the state with various districts and county offices and such, these capacity grant dollars are designed so that this meets your needs and your family's needs, and that the messaging, the languages, everything in the platform is aligned with your brand, your mission, your messaging, and cultivates that trust here with all of you and reaches the families to help to gain a level of familiarity with that. So, was that the question?
So
Yeah, you know, why don't we talk a little bit about consent? Would one of you like to?
Oh, I think
Neil, yeah, come on up. We currently navigate that, and Neil, you can speak to that.
Yeah, so we would, like Thomas was alluding to, we would have events and parent education, just like we kind of like what has been our approach with everything else, and help families see the benefit in participating in the program and the ability to offer services and maintain services. And through that relationship and the trust, then we would obtain consent. If we didn't have consent from a family, then we wouldn't be able to bill for reimbursement. And we definitely go ahead.
I was just going to say, Neil, the other part of the question was a lot of this we already do. We are in many ways already asking for families to share some confidential information with us. Can you talk, or Katie, if you can talk about where, under what circumstances those things we already do, and then how we go about managing the sensitivity, and then also I heard another concern about like opt-outs. So under what conditions are we gathering this information? How do we handle that information? Then how do we also honor families' requests for privacy?
Sure, yes. So one of the big things that we currently do, as you were saying, is when we have our IEP meetings, right? So a lot of the times during that process, we do ask for consent for Medi-Cal billing. So that is something that we're already doing at every IEP meeting. In regards to consent for our counseling services, those are always through the IEP as well. In regards to special education counseling services, group, individual, all those are parent consent. Without parent consent, we wouldn't be able to provide those services. Is that at or around the question?
I guess I feel like it's a big difference between an IEP and someone like utilizing the wellness center and those families being billed to their insurance.
Yeah, that was my question too.
You know,
because in like for, let's say on elementary campuses, when they go in and talk to counselors, they take them out of the classroom, and then sometimes they'll call like other children. And I had this conversation with a parent, and I didn't know how to answer it. So this is actually a good time to ask it. So hypothetically, a child is having problem at school, elementary. They go in and talk to the counselor. They're having a conflict with another student. So they call that student in and bring them into that session, which can last 45 minutes to an hour. And they're missing class time, but the parents don't know anything about it. The only time the parent knows about it is when the kid goes home and say, oh, they called me out and I went to go see a counselor. So when we're saying that we have consent, where are we getting the consent from? And then the second part of that is anytime you started using funds where if you do a counseling and you get reimbursement, you know, some people think that, you know, they need job security, so you see things rise up as soon as things starts to get, you know, billed and reimbursed so that people can prove that they're doing their job. So my concern is when we're talking about parents' consent, when and where are we getting it? Or do we get it in the beginning in that packet to say, if we call your kid in, we're going to have your consent already? Or do we do it before we call the child in or after?
Okay, so these are multi-layered questions. Thank you for phrasing them. I'm going to, different staff will jump in at different times. So the first part is, let's draw that distinction between consent for like visits or professional contact versus consent for billing. And so when let's talk about consent for billing first. And I want to go back to how we are currently asking families through the IEP process largely for Medi-Cal billing. The reason that it was important to hear that is, one, we do it, and we do it with a level of sensitivity, so much so that we have a strong foundation to know how to engage families, whether it's through an IEP process or outside of the IEP process. We have that mechanism. We have that level of professionalism. We know how to go about respecting parents' rights in terms of gaining their consent for billing. So that's one thing. So we can apply the lessons learned there. The next level, which is outside of the billable hours, is actually I want to take that last part first or next, which is there a chance that when we know we will get reimbursed for certain activities that professionals will start just arbitrarily or purposefully manipulating context to create revenue? If that were the case, we would have had for a long time through MA and Medi-Cal billing the opportunity to do that. We could have gamed the system all along if we wanted to. It's actually interesting that in this case, it's the reverse, that we will get credit for things that we're already doing, that no one is getting paid for. We're not getting reimbursed for these activities, but we're already doing them because they're good for kids. As opposed to, oftentimes, in Medi-Cal and MA, the billing is so precise and so narrow that we actually are providing more service, but we're only getting reimbursed for a very small sliver of that. So I don't, although it is absolutely a concern that we would have to monitor, we do have some evidence to show that we haven't seen like purposeful manipulation, or I'm going to use the term gamification, of the billing process to benefits. Could it happen? Absolutely. Yeah, it could. I mean, any system and any individual is capable of manipulating a system to do that. That can happen. I don't think we've seen that, but it would be something that we need to be attuned to. The last part is the part that I'm going to pass off to our Ed Services folks in terms of where are those places where we are required to have parent consent? This has outside of billing. This has nothing to do with billing. This has to do with, and under what conditions do we have an obligation to, to tell a parent where your student is being seen for counseling services versus like mental health service delivery, because that's a distinction. There's a distinction somewhere in there between what PPS credentialed counselors do, and then a different distinction potentially, not always, but potentially between what LCSWs or social workers or MFTs do when they are delivering what would otherwise be clinical-based services if it weren't happening in a school setting. So that's multi-layered, and I don't know who wants to speak to what, but I'm going to hand it off to you.
Good evening. For our counselors, whenever they're meeting with students, they do send a form home with the student to get permission for them to be able to do a group. So there's definitely parental consent that's required. With our social workers, we have our social workers who do short-term therapy with students. And for that, they also need to gather that parent consent ahead of time. And then I know that with the clinicians, it happens through the IEP.
Correct.
So that would happen during an IEP meeting, and that's when we receive that parent consent.
And Trustee Peterson, I just wanted to add one thing about your hypothetical scenario or actual scenario about a student being pulled out for consultation with a counselor. So not all interactions that students have with counselors would be considered behavioral, mental health. That could have just been an attempt for restorative practice, or a quasi-administrative intervention on a student conflict. So that's not something that could happen with an administrator, that could happen with a teacher. That wouldn't require consent. So it is important that we distinguish, and I think you alluded to this in your previous comments, Dr. Castro, about what actually qualifies as therapeutic, as a mental health service, as a counseling session. So I wanted to just briefly offer that.
Okay, because it was for parents, and it could be that it was a conflict resolution versus counseling, but it's not explained. Obviously when you have a 10 or 11-year-old come and tell you, the parent was just concerned that their kid was having services and they didn't know anything about it. So that's why when the consent part came up, I was going to ask it, later, but it just came up. I had 4 people that were just very concerned because it was a friend group, and it's happening more and more often because I think they're finding out that if they talk, they get out of class, right? So I think that's the reason why it's coming up more and more often. And but thanks for that. So there's definitely a distinction between the two. So I'll relay that to them.
Yeah, I got a quick question. It's kind of a in the weeds question, a software question regarding the AI. So I don't know if you got a person up there that can do that. So I appreciate it. I appreciate the presentation. It was wonderful. Working in special ed, I deal with a lot of consent items and stuff like that and getting consent from the parent. But my question is regarding to AI. Now, I'm an educator. This is the one area where I lack tons of information. I do not have the information. It is not, medical industry is just kind of foreign to me. But fortunately, I got a really smart wife who's a QE in the medical device industry. So we, as we're looking through this, the question really arose is this AI model. And I wrote it down here. So is there like a human gate at the end of this AI process? Meaning, is there a human at the end reviewing this information?
It's a great question.
And then there another one after that. Yeah.
There is, and there recently was some legislation passed that pertains to the healthcare industry specifically, where there needs to be licensed medical oversight over AI systems used in healthcare. So there needs to be, by mandate, clinical oversight, but there's also non-clinical oversight for the administrative components. Additionally, the AI engine is a self-contained engine, so it's not an open engine. That's a requirement of the VA under the contract that we have with them. So.
Okay. And then finally, how dependent, how dependent is the workload for, how dependent the workload is for the AI, and is there any mechanisms that deal with anomalies that are inappropriate or that are kind of, results of the model that are inappropriate for the model?
The work itself is not dependent upon the AI.
Gotcha.
The AI is largely to benefit the automation of the process of submitting and managing the claims. So once a practitioner delivers the services and the claim is created, those are sent off to the insurance companies. And this is a battle of AI, by the way. AI is in the insurance companies too. So the insurance companies, however, generally make money by delaying payments. They invest the premiums into the market. The longer the interest accrues, the more money they make. So it's a derivative of time-based function of interest. So delaying payments and giving documentation requests to practitioner groups and to schools is how they delay funding and make money. And the AI model accelerates the work in a way that we can flip the tables on the insurance companies and send them lots of documentation to support the necessity to pay. So that significantly improves your economics here at the school district and getting you paid a lot more money. And so this is kind of an invest to recover money long term. But this AI improves those economics for you.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you.
Did you?
Any other?
So, since this is a conference item, I'm assuming you're basically looking for, our input, potential red flags for the future. One thing I would love to see, traditionally medical billing is kind of, you get a percentage of each bill. I'm assuming that's how you're paying for this. So I'd love to see that, more specifics on that as we move forward in looking at this. I share some of James' concerns about any AI exposure. So I appreciate hearing that it's a closed system, because that's something that's really important. And then as we look at potential implementation, I would really love to know more about other districts and their success in getting that insurance information up front from families, as it seems to me that, again, each time we do something different, right, it's a departure from the way we've always done it. And so when we send home those first day of school packets, now asking for people's insurance cards, that is going to send up some red flags for folks, right? And so I think knowing how other districts have handled that, what it's meant in terms of their enrollment, would be helpful to understand this. And then I do think I would love to know more from our mental health services about the question of consent, because some of this seems like there's a little bit of a difference between, when we talk about discipline, conflict resolution, services. I'm thinking in middle school, we have kids who come in who are, having an anxiety attack. We have kids who come in who are, seriously depressed, right? So, but sometimes it first shows up as a conflict. And so then it triggers more services, because now we realize they need more services, right? So when is that parent notification happening, so that we make sure that parents are kept abreast of what their kids are going through, and they're not finding out with a note at the end of the day. So those are kind of the concerns that come up for me with this. But I will just say, I love that we're thinking outside the box, because we need to be able to preserve these services, and we don't have the money to preserve them any other way. So I really appreciate the way that staff is going about looking at how to preserve these services for the future. I just think there's some kinks to work through.
Any other comments or questions? Okay.
So I'll just, Dr. Bayless, unless you have anything else to add, first of all, thank you for the feedback. The level of questions and concern, just know that we share that. We've had many conversations related to this. We understand that this is, we take on not only the additional responsibility for protecting privacy in very, very secure information that otherwise could be really harming to people if that got out. And we know that that happens in the real world. The other part that I've heard you say is that trust piece. Trustee Peterson, what you were talking about is not only do we take on the responsibility of all of these records and the processes, we take on additional responsibility of helping our administrators, our counselors, our teachers delineate between what kind of contacts our families and their students are having. That's another piece that we have to really take seriously, because our families, it's already a little bit muddy, and it could get even muddier. Like, they won't necessarily know, just as you said, those families, were they going in for restorative justice and they're just working through a problem, or was somebody giving, like taking a therapeutic approach with my child? Those are things that parents have a right to know. So please, as we said, yes, this is the beginning of a conversation. I do want to reiterate, as has been said from multiple individuals, our LRABG last pot of money plus the mental health dollars that we have through the county that's funneled to us through the county office. All of these things, we basically have a year to figure out what our model is going to be. So I think we're using our time well. The last thing that I just wanted to do, it's atypical, but I just feel such a sense of appreciation. Brent Mellicote is an administrator at the Sacramento County Office of Education. He was the colleague that I reached out to. He and his colleagues are running this portion of the system of support for the California Department of Education. Just, even though he's never going to hear this, I just wanted to say his name in this space, that he was the one who helped us accelerate everyone else's workload that you took on. You can thank Brent for that. So thank you, Brent, for giving us the opportunity and the workload that came with it, because it does give us the promise of this potential. So thank you.
Well, and one last comment. I think, do we collect the insurance card information already for the emergency contact? I believe we already collected. I know we do it for field trips.
We write it down, but we don't take a card.
We write the policy. You write the actual policy number down, the insurance and the policy number already, right?
We certainly do for field trips.
But I think it's on emergency contact too.
Is it on the emergency card as well? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else on this? If not, we'll move on to the next item. Dr. Bayless, presentation of the ARIS software student information system and transition process from Q student information system.
Thank you, Dr. Dannenberg. Really pleased to be able to present on another opportunity, not necessarily the same kind of opportunity to recover costs and build a sustainable model and revenue, but an opportunity that allows us to, I think, propel our entire system forward in a really positive way. So we, last spring, and I'll invite Thomas Kranzler up in a little bit to take the second half of the slides, or I need a mirror. I need a rear view mirror right here to address our process, but I just want to touch on it. Last spring, we began thinking about, are there other softwares, are there other products in the marketplace that can help us get to a better place with all the things that we want to do really well for students that require high-quality data, real-time data, quick, agile reporting, so that we can have quick, agile intervention systems that move and change and that respond to students' needs. So we just began a little bit of an exploration. So Thomas and Sherilyn have been great partners in that. This really has been sort of a business services, educational services exploration. But I'll start by maybe the end, which is that after a series of engagements, after a series of product analyses that we have underwent for the past 6 months, we believe that we can be in a much better place and with all the things that student information systems are designed to do with shifting to a new product. So here's why ARIS, we believe it has that capacity to propel us forward. So not only does it have, of course, all of the standard features that many SISs have, it's highly customizable, and it's highly customizable in-house. It can be customized, it's far more customizable on the end user side, not only sort of on the big district side of things. So we would have the ability to customize in a way that we don't have the ability to do with our current system. There's also a lot of really strong, much stronger interoperability with key platforms that we have: Canvas, Cyrus, Parent Square, ClassLink. So sometimes older systems struggle to integrate well, and this is a much more industry standard, as I'll note later, 70% of California districts using it. It's a much more modern system. That superior interface just quickly emerged for us as very clear in comparison, so much easier to navigate, much easier to use. For example, those of you who have struggled, me being one of them, and hearing from my wife about all the clicking, all the menu bars, all the challenges associated with a system that just wasn't designed with sort of modern standards of intuitiveness and navigation. So data is real time, much more relevant, much more accessible, et cetera. This third item I think is really critical, and we have admittedly had struggles in the past with our reporting and the accuracy of our data, and that's not at all to blame the system. It's been our own internal processes that we have had to improve, but nonetheless, the system itself is not necessarily designed to do all the things that CalPADS requires us to do. This system was developed native to California, native to CalPADS, and so districts that are using it just report a significant improvement in stress reduction when it comes to reporting, et cetera. So again, it's used by 70% of LEAs across the state, and there's just a much more a much higher degree of support that's provided on CalPAD state reporting that we're looking forward to accessing. The student and parent experience, of course, is critical, and that was also something that is much stronger in this system. And again, I mentioned the scrolling, not only the left or right scrolling of trying to find where the submit button lives out beyond your phone somewhere. We just believe that even the primary portal that parents interact with, which we think has a lot of success, but we don't always maximize its success because it doesn't necessarily run super native within our current SIS. But Parent Square does that. It's fully maximizable, if that's a word, inside Aries. So I'll just note that that's really critical for us when we think about LCAP goal number 3 and how we're engaging our families. That's one of the main ways outside of Marianne Quiros' voice and emails. That's one of the primary ways that we engage with our families is through Parent Square. And this final point we'll offer is that Aries just has an excellent reputation for technical support, again, for customization that we think can take us to that next level. And there are several districts in the county and sort of the county plus in Santa Barbara area and just over the border into LA County that use it, that we've reached out to, and Thomas can touch on that further, that just report a significant improvement in their overall experience. So Thomas, this is where I pass the baton to you, and you can talk a little bit about our process for how we got here, and Sherilyn as well. So thank you both. A lot of work involved, a lot of people supporting that process.
Well, thank you for having us here. I just want to introduce Sherilyn, if you haven't met her before, Sherilyn Denbrock. She's our coordinator for data, our data team. This is going to be a series of slides. This first slide is a summary of our exploration timeline and process. So there are 3 kind of specific dates when we talk about this. We're looking at spring of 2024 when we first started that conversation about what student information we want, or student information system we wanted to look at. We essentially took the 3 most popular in California, which consisted of Power School, Synergy, Aries. Power School didn't have any local districts that were using them, anyone we could actually draw from. Synergy was being used by Oxnard Union, and Aries, which is used by Simi Valley, Carpinteria, Santa Barbara, and Las Virgenes. After that, we did have an initial engagement sessions with their job classifications to kind of brainstorm what we wanted to see out of a student information system. Any type of concerns that we currently have, other items that we wanted to continue to implement or make sure that they were in existence. After we had gathered all those particular questions, and you'll see a little bit further in the next slide specifically what that entails. This last month, we went through the process of having Aries do presentations to those job specification. So, whether or not it was classified, administrative, certificated. And again, you'll see that in more detail in the next slide. Out of those 3 student information systems, as well as Q being put into what we call a decision matrix, a series of questions were asked each one of the student information systems, and all their responses were rated in a matrix. And as you can see in this slide, we identified areas as ended up with a 31-point lead out of 100, above even the highest performing vendor. After that point, we took presentations from all vendors, again, Power School, Synergy, and Aries. Each one, they were supposed to deliver a presentation based off of the requests or common conversations we had. Excuse me, it's a lot different standing up here. And so I can say, with full confidence that Aries was the only vendor that directly answered all of our questions, and wasn't continually trying to steer us off into another product. And we're more concerned with the product that we were interested in as opposed to the product that they were interested in. After that moment, we had this moment of community engagement. So we had Aries deliver 4 in-person presentations, 2 via Zoom, to separate classified, different classes. We had classified, again, certificate, administrative, and technology demonstrations. Classified consisted of mostly office workers. Certificated was a group of teachers ranging from elementary, middle school, high school, SPED, other.
You're talking on my slide.
I'm sorry. I'm getting off track. She has her items. So yes. And as well as technology, all functioning, asking particular questions. All right. So I'll let you do the pros. Sorry. I'll get my foot out of my mouth.
No, I'm just teasing. So I get to talk about the fun part. I'm really, really excited about what I get to share with you. Based on the demonstrations that we did, we had a lot of really positive feedback that came from all of the different classifications that we met with. So the first one was communications. And within that, Parent Square is a preferred vendor for Aries. So they already have a relationship. It will be seamless to switch over as far as communications. So how our employees, our staff use the communication system, Parent Square, will be the exact same. What parents see on their side will be the same. The additions to what we currently have is that we will have a direct relationship with the vendor. There won't be a middle person. In addition to that, when we create groups, we'll be able to create groups outside of just what is a scheduled group. So if you have an after-school club or a lunch club, you can actually create those groups and send communications immediately. There's no waiting 24 to 48 hours to be able to access those families and reach out to them. So the teacher experience, there was a long list of pros from the teacher side. They were pretty excited about it. As Thomas had mentioned, we had a wide variety of certificated staff. So everywhere from the elementary, preschool, all the way up through the high schools, K-8s, we had general ed, special ed, resource, SAI, like a whole variety that attended to see what it was all about. So the things that they were the most excited about, I'll try and narrow it down to just a few, is the scheduling, like the grading rubric, the grade book. So with Gradebook, they can actually go in, create it easily, set it up how they want it to look. It's very easy to navigate, easy to see, and there are some extra options in there, such as, I wrote my little notes so I wouldn't forget. They have the ability to temporarily excuse an assignment. So say a student's out for a long period of time or for a few days, and they don't want that missed assignment to affect their final grade. They have the ability to excuse assignments. So when a parent goes in, you can see what the grade is and not have to worry, wait, does that include when they were out? Does that not include that? And the teacher has a choice on how they actually provide grades to the students. Schedule changes. Currently, when a student moves from one class to another, The information stays with the class. So the grade, the assignments, all of that information for that student stays with the class. So the new teacher doesn't know what that student has completed, what the current grade is, or student's current grade is. They have to go and track down the teacher and try and get that information. The way that Aries is set up is it is set up by student. It's not set up by class. So each segment is individual. So when that student moves from one classroom to another classroom, their assignment information, their grade information travels with them. So that teacher can immediately see when they come in the very next day, oh, my student, Susie is here and she has completed 75%. She knows exactly where to pick up with that student. So the teachers were pretty excited about that. There's no more wondering about, what they've done and what they haven't done. What else was there? Reports to parents. So teachers will have the ability to create a wide variety of reports. So they can do like a progress report. They can set it, they can have their progress report sent immediately. They can schedule it to go out every Friday at 3 o'clock. They can have it go out a week before or 2 weeks before report cards are going to be due. So there's a lot of flexibility in that. They can, in high school, they can send out grad check. Okay, if your student doesn't pass this class, this is where they're going to be. They can add communications along with that.
I just wanted to piggyback on that really quickly because it's so important. That's probably, if we look at our LCAP survey data from parents, that's probably one of the number one points of feedback that we get that we need to improve on, which is that it's in secondary, how we inform parents, how we engage parents. And I just want to highlight the functionality of Aries compared to our current system. It's just light years beyond and offers the ability for us to engage parents in secondary about academic progress in a just immeasurably better way. So thanks for letting me interject, Sherilyn.
Of course. So then the navigation of the system, as it's been touched on already a little bit. When you go into Aries and you have your menu, they actually have a search bar at the top. So if you're looking for something, you can type in a keyword, you can type in a phrase, you can look for the specific thing. So if you put in discipline, there's a menu of your discipline. And then you can add to it. So it's very quick and very easy to see and find what you're looking for. There's no clicking around module to try and find the information. In addition to that, when you're in a module, so say you're in the student profile, if you as a parent have ever gone into the parent portal, you look at the profile and there's all the different bars and all the different menus and you have to click through them. If you're in that home screen, they're actually linked to each other. So if you go in and you see your child and then you notice, oh wait, there's an attendance mark. What does that mean? Click on it, boom, it takes you directly there. There's no going to the menu, going to attendance, and figuring out which module you're going to find that information in. And that's all throughout the system. So wherever you are, there's links to all the different modules within each module. So you can go back and forth without having to figure out where to go. It takes you right to where you need to find the information. So that was one thing that was a highlight for all of the groups. Everybody was pretty excited about that. So next we met with the classified team, and just as the same as with the teacher experience, classifieds had two options as well. So we had the in-person and then we had a Zoom to try and get as many people to be able to participate as possible, because it's not easy to leave a school site. And again, we had all a wide variety in attendance. So office managers, attendants, support staff, district staff, all wide varieties of classified staff were there. Number one thing that came up was emergency cards. So currently, a hard copy emergency card goes home every year for families, and they have to handwrite it and complete it and send it in. Aries has a built-in emergency card that is ready. It prints. It's beautiful. It's easy to read. We were able to touch and see it. So parents, when you go in to do an annual update, you'll have to put all your emergency card information in there, but the school can go and they can print it, put it in a binder. They are ready to go for that emergency the very next day, if there happens to be one. Parent goes in and needs to make updates. Notification goes to the office staff saying there was a change to the emergency card information. Boom, office staff can go in and print a brand new emergency card, replace the old one, and everything's updated and ready to go. So that was pretty significant. Improved master scheduling for elementary. As I mentioned, Aries does everything individually, so not everything is tied together. So you have attendance as one module, your scheduling is a separate module. Like it's all it's separate. Easy way to say it. So when for elementary, the way that we currently schedule is you have your attendance course and then you have to put in every single standards-based course. So every student is getting scheduled in 8 to 12 courses in elementary. Because it's all individualized, there's one course. Office managers can go in, or administrators can go in, they schedule them to one first grade course, one fifth grade course, and that's it. Then they go in and they enroll them in their attendance, and it's linked to that course, and all the curriculum is linked to that course. So simplifies the scheduling tremendously. So that was another big one. And then the parent portal, much easier. There will be a little bit more information. I'll put it out there because the fact that the emergency card can be printed right there. So they will have to put in a little bit more information than what they do now. However, it's user friendly. When you pull up the phone, it actually goes along and fits the phone module, and there's no scrolling, there's no swiping, and no rolling. It just goes module to module. And then when a parent goes in and does an enrollment, a pre-enrollment, office staff can actually get a notification telling them, oh, they just finished. So then the office staff can go in and they can look at it and say, oh, you know, Susie has been here before. The parent put in her nickname instead of her name of Susan. They can go in and make all those adjustments prior to pulling the student in. So they don't have to call the parent and say, oh, I really need you to put the student's legal name in because it's not pulling over. And, oh, I noticed that you put in the birth date wrong. Can you please adjust it? All of those things can be done on the front end, again, saving time. And then another one, this final one for the classified, is that when a parent goes in and they complete their annual update, there's actually a trigger that can be turned on. And as soon as you click complete and you finish it, the parent can see the student's schedule for the school year. That was pretty sweet. So, moving on to, I told you I'd get really excited about this.
Before we move on
if
to,
we can go to the next one,
before we move on to administrators, I just want to pause real quick and see if anyone had comments or questions, because there was a lot of content information. Right. So, any comments or questions?
Yeah, I got a quick comment and question. I really appreciate you really going after the end user, which are the teachers, office staff, and administration, and site workers. I think that experience and that knowledge really helped me to better understand it and to better see the advantages of this versus Q. As someone who uses Q frequently, it's a little frustrating and it's a little old, and I get it. My questions, however, are in looking at your classified responses to improve master scheduling for elementary. Is elementary master schedule setting different than, say, middle school or high school? And why was it only mentioned here? Is elementary not?
Go
ahead, Thomas.
I can speak to that. So currently, elementary schools, in the way to make sure that essentially the report card shows up correctly, every student has to be enrolled between 7 and 11 courses. And that causes essentially havoc when it comes to scheduling, as well as reporting, exporting for anything.
And Thomas, let me just add that in elementary school, it's the office manager that's the primary inputter and manager of those courses, even though, of course, it's done under administrative supervision to make sure that everything is correct and programmatically. The actual mechanics of it are performed with much frustration on the part of the office manager.
Go ahead. Yes, please.
So I was just going to say, so for the elementary, you have, other than maybe 5th grade, you have one
Shirley,
teacher.
can you move closer to the mic? Thank you.
So for elementary, you typically just have one teacher. So you really only need one course. You're only taking attendance one time a day in one course. The reason that they have 7 to 12 different courses in there is because it has to have every standard that shows up on a report card. So every time a report card changes, if they want to make an upgrade or they change standards, then they have to add more courses or change the courses that go along with the schedule. So with having your report card separate and your attendance separate and your schedule separate, you can have just one course in the master schedule. You can just have a 1st grade course or just a 5th grade course. You don't have to have the standards base because your report card is a separate entity. Where for high schools, your secondary, you can have 7 different teachers. Each subject could potentially have a different teacher. So for that, there's a lot more working that goes on to that. into that. And I was actually going to touch on the secondary a little bit in the administrator section, because secondary, it's typically your counselors and your administrators, principals, assistant principals that do that.
Okay, thank you so much. I clarified that. And then, and last question about, as far as training is concerned and PDs, fortunately, the one thing about Q that was great is if a teacher comes from, like, say, Oxnard or Thousand Oaks, Q is already pretty embedded in their, in their knowledge. So are we going to be having some, we're going to have some PD, but as far as the new teachers coming in or anything like that, is there going to be continued support for those teachers?
So I can.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention that's a really good point. There are some benefits in having that sort of transfer of knowledge. I'll just offer, though, that as we take on new teachers who are of a different digital generation than us, their experience with Aries is going to be much more intuitive and much more in line with what they would expect and live and breathe every day. So you start, the benefit of that transfer ability between districts, I would say, is minor in comparison to the significant intuitiveness, and it reduces the need for overall training because of how intuitive it is. So I'll just offer that. Thomas?
It is a good question. Right now, you'll see in a couple of slides that we have a very robust training schedule. And in fact, it incorporates about 10 months worth of training. A lot of that training will incorporate a lot of our data team as well. So after this initial training, it will be the data team that will function as the trainers going forward for any new incoming teachers that wouldn't have the benefit of this initial training.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Historically, the county has offered the service to house Q and all that. They're losing their major players one by one, particularly your large unified school districts. Is there any chance the county's going to want to change programs or make it more user-friendly option for people? Or are we just going out here because we can't get that type of cooperation from the county?
Yeah, Dr. Danberg, that's a fair question. I can't speak to that. I know that when we have reached out to the districts that have transitioned away from Q several years ago to ones that have recently transitioned, even to ones that have not transitioned yet away from Q that want to, they've all reported the same experience that we have, and they've all confirmed our initial analysis of Aries. So it's certainly possible that the county could move that direction, but we, again, are on the forefront, and we want to not wait for that. We think we have the capacity in-house, as you can tell from our presenters here. We believe we can be incredibly successful and be successful on our own with a different product.
Okay, so the final presentation or demonstration was given for administrators. And so the administrators that attended were both school site administrators as well as district administrators. So it was making sure that all groups were represented once again. The master schedule features were the number one highlight for them. If you have gone to a school during master schedule time, you'll see that they have often a big board with cardboard pieces all over that they're shuffling tiles. Well, they really have that actually in Aries. So there's no need to have a board with a blanket over it so nobody knows what you're doing. It's all in the system, and it's as easy as dragging and dropping. So you put in your number of tiles that you need for each subject, and you can move them around, and it immediately shows you conflicts. Like, oh, you have too many of this here, you don't have enough here, this is over. And that gives you suggestions, and it's easy to manipulate and to create your grid by just shifting things around.
So I guess that brings up a question then. What are we going to add to our administrators' plates? Because they spend hours and hours and hours on this.
I don't think you'll have any trouble finding something for them.
I think as long as they get to keep the magnets, because there will be some separation anxiety from the magnets.
For the magnets, yes. Yeah. Another thing that was very helpful is that we have a lot of sites with specialized programs. So scheduling with specialized programs is very challenging right now. So with Aries, they would have the option to go in and say you have a two-way immersion program, like Anna Kappa, I'm familiar with. And so you can go in and you can schedule your TWI students, and then you can lock them and then schedule all around it. So there's no need to manually go in and schedule 400 students because you can't find a way to work them into the master schedule the way that it currently operates. So that was just some of the master schedule features. There were more. Next was outstanding analytics. The analytics that they showed us was very robust. Quick, fast, easy. So we are very excited about the capabilities of what we can do with that. So discipline tracking. So the way that Aries does their discipline tracking is instead of having, which I think Thomas will touch on later, is that they instead of having class-based discipline, it's student-based discipline. So you'll have your minor infractions, which you'd think of your playground, your classroom behavior issues, and then you have your assertive discipline, which is your CalPADS reportable, more significant discipline. So it's separated. Access to prior year data. Our administrators at school sites currently do not have access to any data for the prior school year. So once that school year ends and July 1st hits, everything is no longer in their viewing ability. With Aries, they automatically get view-only access to the prior year school data. So when they're trying to do reporting and comparisons and analysis, they actually can go in and look at it and do all of their research that they need to do without having to try and figure out how to get that information. Grad check letters. So for high schools, the administrators and counselors can quickly send out grad check letters. So it's beautiful, big, bold colors, and it says A to G. What have you met? What's missing? Are you on track? Are you not on track? College readiness. Are you on track? Are you not on track? Just general graduation requirements. Are you on track? What are you missing? Exactly what subjects? Parents can see it at any time. Counselors can schedule it. They can have it go out every semester. They can send it immediately. Hey, your students maybe not doing so well in this course. You might want to check in. Do they need a summer school course? So there's a lot of reporting abilities that go directly through Parent Square, right to their email. So parents can just schedule it. Counselors can schedule it. Boom, it goes out, shows up in their email. They don't have to go in and try and search it. And I think Greg kind of touched on it, but I just want to reiterate that with Parent Square and the Parent Portal, it's seamless. They're integrated. So if you are in Parent Square, there's a link that takes you directly to the portal. You don't have to log out, go find the other one, log in, and vice versa. If you're in your Parent Portal, you can go straight to Parent Square and see what the communications are. They're actually like one and the same. So it's really helpful. I can tell you from experience doing annual update when you're making calls and they're like, yeah, I'm in here, I'm in Parent Square. It's like, oh, you got to go into Parent Connect. Well, what's that? So it's like, oh, click that button right there. It'll take you right over. Like, that would be fantastic and super helpful for parents to be able to just go to one location. So that's it.
Cool. I got the easy part, the cons. So when it comes to the communication and administration, we really didn't have any poor feedback. For teachers, there was one very specific feature that many teachers liked in Q. This has to do with student discipline, I should say specifically class-based discipline. The idea is that in Q there is a seating chart. Seating charts would allow a teacher to identify who might be causing a disturbance or need particular discipline. There's a pull-down button and they can assign class discipline. So Aries doesn't do that. In their setup, all discipline is separate. It's student-based and not class-based. So the idea is that if there is discipline to be handed out to a student, you go to that student, you create the incident for that particular student, and each incident is separate. In terms of classified, there was nothing specific about Aries, but what they were looking for is they'd like to see a feature which has sibling matching or notifications for household change. This doesn't exist in Q either. Just to identify it, this is frankly a neat feature, the idea being that if you have a sibling that might be in the same household that has changed information such as their address, but the rest of the siblings haven't, you might have some inconsistent information. So there isn't really a notification process or report for that. But what's nice in Aries is that we do have immediate access to that data, actionable live data. So as the data team, our individual, we can actually create that interface ourselves or create those reports on our own, or other reports like it. So here's the timeline, projected costs. I'm going to go over this really quickly, just things that want to make sure that we're identifying. You can see the Aries SIS launch is July 16th. Really, there's a magic date in there that's not being advertised, and that's July 1st. July 1st for us is our rollover date. That's the date in which we say, the current day or the current year has ended, and we're archiving that information, and then we're beginning the new year. So July 1st is really that last day that we'll effectively be using Q. And then we would be using Aries that going forth. So July 16th is the official launch date, but earnestly we would be using it the 16 days beforehand. The idea of you'll see there are 3 phases for training timeline. The October, December, we're in that timeline right now. That training phase would happen. Phase 1 would be just for the data team and the IT technology team. That's going to be a lot of configuration and training and basically becoming the architects of the new system. Phase 2 is that January through May time. That's office staff, administrative, and classified staff. So they would be concerned with master schedules, how you do discipline, how you do attendance, those types of things. And then phase 3 is essentially all the other functions. So it'd be teachers as well as counselors and other type of information or other, basically how they do functions in Q and now how they will do those functions in Aries. Another point of interest in here, and this is more for Mary Ann, is the Aries communication. This is essentially just the switching over of data from the current parent square student information system as using Q as its basis for data, and then turning it over to Aries and essentially branding it as Aries communication. And then next slide. So the implementation timeline, August 16th, that is first day of school. So we're basically saying by August 16th we're done, right? We've done all of our data transference, we've done all of our training, everything is ready to go. Of course, data team will continue to be doing training, in perpetuity probably, as well as being the support staff for that, ongoing. I need to, if you're looking at costs, so our initial first year cost is pretty costly. You can see it's just short of $500,000. That $180,000 off the top is essentially what you're going to see in the first year, but that covers all the configuration, all the communication configuration, all the training, all the data conversion, which incorporates 10 years history and brings that all over into Aries. And why 10 years? Because we have some historical reports that require at least 10 years worth of information. So after the first year, basically taking $180,000 off the top of it, and we're looking at just shy of $300,000 a year. And as a comparison, current Q cost is $266,000. So roughly a $30,000 increase, $31,000, and just to make this transition. Some other things I do want to bring to your attention, some other additional considerations, and this next part I'm super excited about, but I'll let Sherilyn talk about it.
we had to thumb wrestle for it. Who's going to talk about this? So Aries has an emergency system application. So what this means is that the data that's in our student information system can be downloaded onto a database. They can be accessible through a phone or a tablet. So if there is an emergency, administrators have access to the information that's in the data system. So they can see contacts, emergency contacts, they can see who's in attendance, they can see the class schedule. So they can have readily access, even if there's no internet, whatever the situation may be, it's right there at their fingertips. Parents can come to pick up their students and they can look and see, oh, yep, that's Susie's aunt, she's allowed to pick up, check ID, and let them off on their merry way. In addition to that, the information can also be accessible at the district office, and you can have it available for all schools, one school, and you don't have to switch between schools in order to find that student. So it's all encompassed in one. So there's no trying to figure out, okay, wait, where is that student? You can find them readily. So we thought that that was a pretty significant feature to have at our disposal.
And I'll just talk on these last 2 points. So I know there was talk about FERPA compliance earlier. So Aries just has a much higher level of FERPA compliance. Really, when we look at a student, their view of student information is that it's not all tied into one glob, right? Student information is segmented out, and each one of those segments has a very specific permission set. And so to understand that more directly, you might have person A that has the ability to see a certain amount of student information and person B that doesn't have that same level. Even though they may have access to the same module in the student information system, it doesn't mean that they can say they see the same amount of information. If I was able to run a report here, I may not be able to see very specific protected information in another instance. With Aries also has a higher level of student data security, so data would be moved to the cloud. Essentially, there wouldn't be any physical representation of a server. There would be no possibility of physical intrusion. No one's going to be walking into a data center and walking out with your data. The cloud is going to be housed in AWS, Amazon Web Services, which is just like the prime security, cybersecurity location for data storage these days. And I think that's it. Are there any questions? Or if you haven't asked them already.
Questions?
First, I just want to say I love this. I think it's so great to see us moving in this direction. And also just wanted to say, I really feel like technology is knocking it out of the park right now. You guys have really done so many wonderful improvements to our overall functioning. And so, Thomas, not just this, but lots of other things that really, people don't appreciate how hard it is to change some of these systems. And Q has been one of those things people have complained about forever. But there weren't always good options. And so I really appreciate that you went out and found a great option and have done such thorough investigation of it with so many different kinds of staff people to get everyone's feedback. I think that's really important in the process. I had a question a little bit about the training, because it seems like a lot of the training is going to be during the summer. And so I just wanted to find out is that opt-in training? Is that going to be mandated training? What's the plan for that?
That's more of a great question.
I can address that. So again, we absolutely envision a need for training, although we do envision a need for less training because of how intuitive the system is to operate. I mean, I've heard several stories of teachers going to some of our engagement and seeing it, and they just say oh, I get it, it's easy. I can figure it out. It's sort of like everything else in my digital life that is simple. We will have undoubtedly two kinds of training. That's usually our model in Ed Services right now. We have sort of outside of contract hours options for those people who want to operate outside of contract hours. That's additional paid. And then we have sort of mandated during the contract day. And we have those pre-service days that we can utilize. And I'm sure that we can secure funds for educator effectiveness training. Right on cue. Thank you, Dr. Mirza. So, yes, and I do want to address something in here too, that there's all kinds of mechanics of master scheduling that happen late winter, spring, that we're coming up on, and that this system does not, or this timeline does not preclude us from starting those right now. So we'll have a parallel system where we'll start to build master schedules and prepare so that when we push the button, I think that's how it works in technology, right? You just push a button and automatically things roll over and change, that we'll be operating exclusively in the new system after having built master schedules and done all kinds of background work in the months prior.
I have a quick question about Canvas integration.
Yes.
With Q, it was really hard to get the grades to transfer to Q from Canvas. Is this an easier process? Can you describe it a little bit?
Yeah, indubitably. We just had that meeting yesterday about how that works. Shall I let Sherilyn talk to more? She has a better understanding of that process than I do.
So, yeah, Aries actually spent about half an hour during the Zoom presentation demonstration yesterday going over the gradebook syncing, specifically how Aries and Canvas work together. Again, they're another preferred vendor. So they have a very close relationship in working with each other. And they actually brought in TOSAs from other districts that came in and spoke to teachers about the process of the grade passbacks and the syncing. And so what they suggest in theirs is that teachers will go in, they'll put all of their assignments directly into Canvas. And then once everything's in and they do their grading, then they just shift it over. There's no going back and forth. Okay, set it up here, then go and set it up in Aries. Then go back and set it up in Canvas, then go back, and they're constantly syncing. You just set it all up. There's one place for parents to go to, one place for students to go to, and then when you're done, you just transition it all over. So they do have some great training options for it as well to make it very simple to follow.
Fantastic, thank you.
Well, I'm very excited about this. Mobile integration, every business, and so for some parts of us, school is a business too, but mobile integration is a game changer. And I was just at a CAPC conference in July. It's a national conference, and some school in Chicago, they moved to a program like this. I don't know if it was Aries or not, but the integration between students, parents, and teachers dramatically went up by, I think their engagement, they say, went up like 30%. Because we've always tried to find the submit button and moving through your phone and scrolling over and only can read half the integration of the letter. So like this is, I'm very excited about this. So for my 20%, yeah, I'm gonna be all in. I'm gonna try to get 21%. But I just think that the evolution of the Ventura Unified School District, this is like right in that step, right? We did the bond, we're improving buildings, and we improve technology, can improve a whole bunch of things. People can move over to our school district, ADA can rise up just because of the interaction between student, parent, and teacher. So I think this is a very exciting adventure for us, and I'm all on board for it. And you guys have been doing a wonderful job of integrating our technology in our schools. So, because I've had a senior all the way to Ventura, and I have a 5th grader now, so I've seen the evolution, and I'm looking forward to going further and beyond. What does Buzz Lightyear say? For beyond, for infinity and beyond. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. So thank you for all your hard work.
Any other questions? Just two. I'd like to thank you for all the work on this. It's going to be wonderful once we get it up and going. So thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone. Thank you, guys.
Very good. Yeah. At this time, we're going to take a 10-minute break, and we'll come back and finish the meeting after that. Welcome back, and we'll resume our meeting. On to conference item, Human Resources Certificated Report regarding Williams Uniform Complaint Procedures Quarterly Report pursuant to AR 1312.4 for the spring ending September, or for the quarter ending September 30th, 2024. Ms. Wolowitz?
Yes, I'm pleased to report that there were no complaints for this quarter.
Okay, thank you. And now we've moving on to conference item business services. We've already done the first one, so we'll move on to the Ventura High School solar presentation. Dr. Castro, did you want to make any comments before we start?
I'll just say generally, over several previous meetings, we've worked through the issues. We, as a point of reference in the PowerPoint, there are two links, one to student engagement results, one to staff engagement results. The board has directed us on both of those areas. So although that is not an area of focus for tonight, we just wanted to make sure that if anyone who hadn't had a chance to take a look at the PowerPoint but needed those resources, those are there. And so the purpose of tonight's presentation is to really focus on what are the final options based on the direction that the board gave us last time, one of which was what is the total cost for the project versus what do cost recovery look like in looking at what we call different options, but different scenarios of solar at Ventura High School. So I'll turn it over to Dr. Mirza.
Yeah, well, good evening, board. So while Marianne pulls up the PowerPoint, we have the team here today from NG to answer any questions. Today we are seeking consensus from the board on a decision of the options that will be presented. In our previous meeting, there were some questions regarding the layouts, the different option of the layouts. The first option of the layout being the location with the student courtyard, the location behind the robotics building, and the softball area. And so that is the option one, but we're calling it on the PowerPoint. Sorry, let me just pull it up here.
Sorry.
It's all right, Marianne, sorry. All right, so can I adjust it? No.
Turn it on the side. Sorry, someone must
It's on. Yeah, if you could just scroll down to the first slide.
maybe. Technical difficulties.
There we go. There we go. Okay, so the anticipated savings for option one, that we're talking the entire solar project, so not just at Ventura, but this is the impact of what Ventura would have on the entire project at all, 25 different sites for the district. So the anticipated saving for over 30 years for the entirety of the solar project to include Ventura, if we included the student courtyard, the location behind the robotics building and the softball field parking lot, the estimated savings over 30 years is about $106 million of the life of the 30-year project. And that's, once again, not only at VHS, that encompasses all of the sites. So option two, if we went with the board decided to go with a reduced footprint, so we would not, that would mean removing the student courtyard and not having solar there, but still doing the ground mounts at the robotic building and the covers, the shade covers or the courtyard canopies at the staff parking lot at the softball field. That still generates over 30 years, $102 million for the district over the entire project, all solar panels across the district at all 25 different sites. And so that's still a significant amount of savings that it generates. So that is option two. Option three is the total removal of solar at VHS, meaning we don't do any solar panels at VHS. That would bring our savings down from $106 million over 30 years down to $95 million. Still, a significant amount of savings over the life of the entire project, and that is currently where we are. So if we reduce the footprint from not including the student courtyard, it would be a reduction of $4 million of approximate savings across the entire project. If you divide $4 million by 30 years, you're talking $133,000 per year. So, and if we completely remove solar, it would be a reduction of $11 million for the whole 30-year life of the project. That would equate to about $333,000 a year. And so we have Angie here. We could talk about our timelines, but if you guys have any questions, please.
Any questions on part of the board?
So first, I think the wording of this created a lot of confusion. I know I reached out to you last week about this, so you already know my thoughts. But I think it was unclear that the $106 million is district-wide over 30 years,
Yes.
and that's impacted by the Ventura High School stuff. Can you also talk about the cost differences that you shared with me about the construction?
Option one, which generates the $106 million, would still be a change order of about $1 million. If you reduce the footprint, because the original idea was not here, right? The original idea was a student parking lot and to do solar canopies over there at the parking lot, but it just didn't work out because of seismic issues. And so about a $1 million change order for option one. Option two, if you reduce the footprint and still did it behind the robotics buildings that need to be they're condemned. I mean, they're in really bad shape. And then the softball field, which would provide shade structure and with the staff parking lot, it would be about $452,000 change order. And then if you did no solar at VHS, we would actually get an approximate $2 million credit back to the entirety of the project.
Actually, I'm so glad I asked this question a second time, because actually that was not what I understood from your email last week. So, because the original cost of what we were projected to spend for Ventura High School was?
I don't have that off the top of my head, yeah.
Approximately $2.2 million. And that's the credit we would be receiving back in option.
So the original estimated construction costs were $2.2 million for Ventura High School. If we go with option one, we're, in addition to that $2.2 million, spending $1 million change order. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yes.
And if we go with option two, in addition to that $2.2 million, we're spending essentially a $500,000 change order.
Correct.
Yeah.
Can you explain the change order? What is that essentially?
Yeah, so they provided a cost based off the original design. Since we're changing the design, it comes with additional cost.
Okay, and that was $500,000 for if we just remove that.
It's more, the boring is, instead of doing one boring run, now we have to do 2 boring runs. And the cost of that boring run with the conduit, I mean, every 250 feet, we have to have a vault. So those things just start really piling up. And with prevailing wage being nearly $125 an hour, labor escalates real fast.
So is the $4 million difference after factoring in the cost of the change orders plus the original $2 million?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, that includes, that's the final, that includes even the IRA rebate. Yeah, so that's, the $102 million rebate includes all costs of construction, all rebates, and all projected savings over the course of 30 years.
So originally with the $106 million savings, that included the $14 million IRA rebate. And that was the same size of the structure that the original plan had. So we would receive right around that same $14 million that's already factored into the $106 million at the time that we were eligible to apply for the rebate and get approved. So that hasn't occurred yet. Option two, your rebate drops down from 14 million to about 13 million. And then at option three, if you remove solar, meaning completely descoped it, no solar panels at VHS, you'd be down to about $12 million. And that's already factored into those numbers. So the 102 million is already taken into account, the 13 million rebate approximately for the IRA once approved and applied for. And option three, we would still have to apply for the IRA rebate when construction is near completion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We can't apply for the IR rebate quite yet. We're not at that phase yet.
So the change order costs are included in those?
Yes.
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 Yeah, and construction cost. So the initial construction cost or contract cost is built into those rebates, or that 106, 102, 95 million.
So the other question I had is, earlier in the year, I was asked to sign on to a piece of legislation that the governor ended up not signing, and now I can't find it. The number is AB 1347, I think, which I'm sure you have been following, right? It would allow school districts to take full advantage of net metering and get the full benefit. The governor ended up vetoing that, but my understanding, I talked to Monique Limon yesterday, in fact, about this, and it's going to be coming back. And so I was curious if something like that were to come back, because part of the pressure for this is we have net metering 2.0, and if people are following this, like the difference in cost savings for us between net metering 2.0, net metering 3.0 is a significant difference in savings for the district. If this legislation were to pass, it would effectively give us a 1-to-1, is my understanding, on net generation versus use. So actually it's even better than net 2.0. It's like going closer to net 1.0, net 1.0, excuse me. So how would that factor into this?
Thank you. I'll answer you. My name is Ashu Jain. I'm with NG. Glad to be here after, I guess, a year for me. So you're very correct. The legislation you're talking about is in the industry called NEM-A, Net Energy Metering Aggregate, which was Governor didn't sign it last week. That actually doesn't directly impact you, because we filed for what's called NEM 2.0, which includes the aggregate portion. So we already grandfathered the district for 20 years for what the governor would have signed. So people who did not sign, file an interconnection application would be impacted. You will not be impacted by that. You would be impacted. We filed net energy metering 2.0 applications for all your sites, and we have to finish the project by April of 2026 to grandfather the district into that. There is a significant reduction in savings if you miss that. And that is what the biggest, and I don't want to hijack the conversation, but that is what we want a decision today, because we don't want Ventura High School to miss that deadline, because that'll be a significant loss of savings.
I would even say Ventura High School, it would impact the entire project.
Yeah, if we can just go back real quickly before we go on to the next slide on the alternative options. First of all, I want to acknowledge that this structure of the way that this is presented it kind of obfuscates the issue. One of the reasons that we structured it this way, however, was based on the feedback that we got from the board that this potential reduction in savings would only be limited to Ventura High School. However, and this is where the conversation is going, which is there's still a key assumption in here, was that we wouldn't then further reduce the solar footprints across other campuses should other communities come forward to say, we also don't want our campuses impacted by solar. We also don't want that. So there are other things at play, but we wanted to really honor the direction that we received at the time, which is this would be, right now we were only looking at VHS solar. This would be the impact through those different options of VHS solar. But again, if there, and this is where the conversation goes on subsequent slides, what are the things that we would have to comply with at this point from a timeline perspective, but then also from that rebate perspective. So thank you for going back to that. I just wanted to acknowledge that.
Again, part of the reason, and I realize this is a slight digression, but part of the reason I asked that question is because if we were to defer a decision about some aspect of Ventura High School's construction process, in all likelihood, if that legislation passed, we would get what we're getting now in terms of
It would have
rate.
no impact on the district.
Yeah.
That legislation does not affect you.
If we move forward with everything as it is. What I'm saying is if we were to choose option 2 and we didn't do the quad and we chose to do the quad later, then it would, then we could take advantage of the same rates we're getting now, but we'd have to reapply.
Is it Ventura High School NEM-A? Is it 1 meter or multiple meters?
I believe it's one.
that legislation is not going to impact you now or later, because that legislation is, if you have multiple meters at a site, that legislation allows you to connect the solar to one location, one meter, and avoid electricity use at other meters. And the way they calculated the savings on the other meters has been changed, and the governor had a proposition in front of him to revert it back to old way of calculating it, and he did not sign it. But that is where a school has multiple meters. That legislation doesn't apply to Ventura High School, whether it's you do it later or you do it now. The only problem in doing the quad later is that you'll miss out on the NEM 2.0 savings. It'll have to go, we'll have to do some metering, it'll have to go on NEM 3.0, so you'll miss the savings on that.
I mean, but overall, option 1, 2, it's significant amount of savings across the entire life of the project. We're talking $3.5 million, $3 million a year, so not a bad place to be in.
Yeah, I mean, so one of the concerns I have about this is that we're making a decision that's, has a 30-year horizon for our school, right? And I think very few of the decisions we make have that kind of a sticking point, right? Like, I mean, we change technology, well, not as often as some people would like, but we, right? But this is something that we will be looking at for 30 years. And given, for me, how quickly this technology is changing, I feel like I don't really love the option that we have today. I feel like there's a high likelihood that we will have a better option in a few years, maybe even at less of an investment cost. And the difference is $133,000 a year in potential savings until we make that choice, right? We know we're putting in a new locker room thingy, right? Like, so maybe there's a way to build solar onto that. I just, for me, for the difference that it generates and the potential 30-year impact of what it looks like, I don't think it's worth it.
For me, I'm kind of on the opposite end, because we make decisions now for 30 years later. So we're making a decision now to potentially save money 30 years later, when sometimes a $50,000 field trip, that $133 could go a long way to me for some people. And we're kind of hedging for the future. And I think that's exactly, from my perspective, that's what the board is supposed to do. We're supposed to make decisions for the longevity of the school district. And to me, I know we've had emails and people talk about it, but we have, 2,000 students at Ventura High School? And if we add up all the emails that we've had and the engagement that we've had, I don't think it adds up to saying that the community doesn't want solar. I just don't feel like that. I understand that we have some very strong voices, but as far as saying that the Ventura community does not want solar panel, I do not see that whatsoever. I see a bunch of strong voices voicing their opinion about what we're going to do, but trying to put a label that's saying that the community doesn't want it, I don't see it. I don't even see that it's actually close for the number of people that we've engaged.
And Dr. Dannenberg, if I can make a suggestion, can we go through the rest of the presentation? Because I feel like we're moving just into the discussion naturally, which is natural. But if we can go through the presentation, ask the clarifying questions, because I feel like we still have some clarifying questions, then I think we have a number of public comments, right? And then we'll go into discussion. But in terms of just clarifying questions, I do want to go back to what I hear kind of coming up is, yes, these are long-term ramifications, and yes, regardless of what decision is made, and this goes back to an earlier item, every block of resource either helps or hinders the district and the board accomplish other elements of its mission and priorities, right? So Putting this in a broader context, absolutely. These are highly consequential decisions, one way or the other. But one of those incremental decisions that's made is resources that come out of the general fund, right? So
Yeah.
if you can, as a clarifying piece of information, talk about like where
Once
this.
again, this district is heading into a time where all of our one-time funding is expiring. We have about $16 million in funded positions and one-time funding, learning recovery block grant, that's going to be expiring in 2026. So we're just trying to make some possibilities here to maximize our savings, to have options. And like Ashu mentioned, this has to be completed by April 2026. And that's right around the time those one-time funds end.
Yeah, so we'll get into the timelines. I just wanted to connect the fact that, yes, these are big discussion or big conversations that happen over a period of time. Also, there are annual implications for that in the general fund, right? But one way or the other. And but either way, we have multiple missions. So, Hassan, how do you want to move
Ashu,
forward?
we can discuss the timelines.
Yeah.
Sure. Let me introduce Kevin Watson. I know he's been he's a project manager. He's been in front of the board. He's going to take you through the slides. So go ahead.
Thank you, everybody. Like Ashu said, my name's Kevin Watson. I'm the project manager from the NG side for the whole solar and lighting portfolio. So just very important, wanted to talk about the timeline because I know everybody keeps talking about April 2026, and it does seem very far away, but those deadlines do approach very, very quickly. So our goal is to start construction on Ventura High School in the summer of 2025. Obviously, it is much easier to build these projects when the students are off campus for the summer. It's just less impact on them, less impact on the staff and the teachers and everybody. Makes things a lot easier. So in order to meet the start of construction for summer 2025, we need to be submitting to our designs to the Division of the State Architect by January or February, and I would emphasize January. And so to do that, I can kind of just walk through the steps of how we get there. The goal would be to start engineering in October. So that's including underground utility locating, that's bringing a geotechnical engineer on site to take soil samples, and then to kickstart structural engineering and electrical engineering. And then there's multiple milestones that we have to go through, bringing our engineers on site and just kind of going through the whole process of design drawing reviews with our subs and with the district, which does take a couple months to do. So with the goal of submitting in January 2025, I want to make that abundantly clear that it's very important to submit this project by January because there's going to be a ton of other projects submitting to the DSA LA office come January and February in order to meet the summer construction. So not only are we going to be trying to submit the project, not only are other contractors that are trying to install solar in the summer, but it's all the contractors that are trying to build projects for the summer of 2025. So DSA gets really overwhelmed, I mean, with pretty much any simple request, but especially when there's a deluge of projects that come to their desk. You know, just kind of moving forward, we submit in January 2025, could take 3 to 4 months just to get comments from DSA. We've seen that to be about the typical range of when we submit a design to DSA and when we get comments back. But then there's the whole back check process of addressing those comments, submitting a revised version. They send us more comments that don't really make sense, but we have to deal with it. Then we deal with it. We send another version, and then there's usually 2 or 3 iterations of that. So it can take even another month, month and a half from when we receive our first round of comments. So ideally, we would get approval around like mid-April, and then complete all the DSA processes by early to mid-May. So that's just filling out forms, just making sure that the inspector of record is on board, the lab of record is on board, and then that starts our fabrication process, which we then schedule shop inspections with the lab of record, the inspector of record, and then that sets us up to build this site in the summer of 2025. So, you know, I know we've presented and talked about all the different options and everything, and I think from our side, just asking for a consensus on which direction to move forward. And I can hear that there is, a lot of concern over, especially building the student canopy in the student courtyard. And we want to be absolutely respectful to what the community wants. So really, we're just looking for consensus tonight so that we can move forward, whether it's with the full design, whether it's with a reduced design, or if it's no solar at all. Really just figuring out from the board what is the direction that we are told to go in. So I'll leave it there.
All right, so any other just clarifying questions before we go to public comment?
We'll move to public comments.
Thank you. As I'm bringing up the clock, just a reminder about our civility statement to please keep language as respectful as possible, as we do have students that watch our program. You will be given 3 minutes. I'll give you a 30-second warning, and the timer will indicate when time is up. First, we have Helena Torres Reeves. If you can come up to the podium, please. Followed by Ashley Pope.
I'm sorry I don't have all this fancy equipment. So. First of all, as we're talking, as I heard the presentation, and from my opinion, I believe that the solar project would be a great one. It's just the location where it is going, where it is, I think that's where you want to place it. So I would like to address Dr. Antonio Castro, board members, parents, students, and staff members of the community. I am Helena Torres Reeves, and I worked at Ventura High School for 13 years. I was the assistant principal of curriculum and instruction, and I also was in charge of the maintenance on campus. And then I moved to Ventura High School, to Balboa Middle School as a principal. I have returned to Ventura High School numerous times to help with PTA projects in order to beautify the campus. You need to know that my training includes doing everything possible to avoid legal action. I am here tonight because I saw a picture of the proposed solar energy project, and that it is placed on the senior lawn at Ventura High School. And my understanding, since I own a solar, that the panels contain wires, batteries, and a raised cement platform. Like I mentioned earlier, my training in the educational field included a lot of legal education, and also how to prevent accidents from happening on campus, and also making sure that everyone is safe. I recently walked on the Ventura High School campus, and I saw, first of all, a senior lawn that needs a lot of labor and work in order to provide a safe and beautiful environment for students and staff, and they richly deserve it. Based on years of experience and working with students and staff, I believe that by installing this solar panel project in the area,
30 seconds.
I think solar panels and savings for the district are good. It is just where it is placed. So I believe where it is placed will present safety hazards because students have a lot of energy. Some will climb and explore to satisfy their curiosity, and it would be dangerous where it is now being proposed. Dr. Dannenberg was my hero.
Time is up.
When I was working, because he too believes in keeping students safe.
Time is up. I'm sorry, but Ms. Torres Reeves, Ms. Torres Reeves,
I'm sorry?
your time is up.
My time is up. Okay.
Sorry,
so
thank you.
Let's just make Ventura High School a safe place. Thank you.
Next up is Ms. Ashley Pope, followed by Barbara Brown.
Good evening, everyone.
Thank you for the opportunity to address you tonight. I'm doing so as a citizen of Ventura, as an advocate for students with disabilities, and as a former Measure E committee member. I am disheartened by the solar situation at VHS. Our students deserve nice, safe, clean, inclusive, and accessible schools. The bond was a gift to our students from the taxpayers to make our campuses more beautiful and fit for quality education. This huge industrial solar project in VHS's quad is not in the best interest of students. Please don't use Measure E bond funds on projects that will lessen the quality of educational and social emotional experiences for VUSD students. I volunteered my time and energy on the Measure E committee. Those who served on the committee with me can bear witness to the fact that I was consistent in oversight. They would attest that I expressed concerns for the delay of students with disabilities to have accessible play equipment and air conditioning. These projects were planned to be first in line as they address potential ADA violations, yet they have been delayed multiple times. My fellow committee members would tell you that I questioned the rush of this $40 million solar contract, and I questioned the decision to put the $14 million solar rebate into the general fund versus back into the bond fund. I also showed up prepared for each meeting, and I served on the committee that wrote the yearly report. And actually, James, I made the spreadsheet proudly. I don't know if Hassan checked my math, but that's my spreadsheet. When the first year of the Measure E committee came up, the process to be reappointed changed. Instead of automatic reappointment like the district's parcel tax committee, bond oversight committee members who volunteered to stagger terms were kicked off the committee and invited to reapply. I reapplied but was not reappointed. I have reason to believe that I was not reappointed because staff did not like the questions I brought forward about this solar project, the rebate and accessible playground and air conditioning delays. I recently learned that California Ed Code 15282A reads as follows. The Citizens Oversight Committee shall consist of at least 7 members who shall serve a minimum of 2 years without compensation and for no more than 3 terms. I notified Dr. Castro and Dr. Mirza of this conflict last week, and last night received a response that indicates the district's legal team believes committee bylaws are above the state ed code. What worries me the most is the commonality and the experience between my experience on the Measure E committee, my 8 years as a special education parent within VUSD, and as a founding member of VUSD's Special Education Advisory Committee. In each of these experiences, I've witnessed a lack of transparency, a lack of accountability at very high levels within this district, many staff reports that have a slant, and a lack of prioritization of the well-being of students to the extent that it keeps me up at night. I'm pleading with you to do the right thing for VUSD students by saying no to the solar tonight on VHS's campus. Thank you so much.
Next up will be Barbara Brown, followed by Mary Anderson.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Barbara Brown, and I am the co-founder of the Ventura Tree Alliance. I also want to talk about the placement of solar panels on VUSD campuses. In the years 2017 through 2019, the state of California lost an unprecedented 18 million trees due to bark beetle, fire, and drought. Last year, in 1 year alone, we lost a staggering 36 million trees. We are losing trees at a time when it's getting hotter and windier. We are intentionally removing the very thing that slows the wind and cools the air. The Ventura Tree Alliance have had the good fortune of planting 18 trees at Will Rogers School this month. This sparse schoolyard now has a sense of place, and we're all very proud of that. We'll continue to plant trees on the school grounds for as long as we can, but it is important to note that young trees take many years to do the work of a 60-year-old tree, and just as a child cannot do the work of an adult. Removing trees is becoming an alarming trend in solar placement. The city of Ventura has already lost hundreds of trees due to solar. The decisions made by VUSD will be looked at by other school districts and institutions in the future, and I'm concerned that we will be judged harshly. We know that trees mitigate CO2, the most important element driving climate change. Solar is a solution to that. But it doesn't make sense to remove one existing climate change solution and replace it with a different one. We need both. As we look at the schoolyards under the VUSD umbrella, it is my hope that we come up with better solutions for solar placement, solutions that won't undermine already effective solutions in play. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Mary Anderson, followed by Maddie and I apologize, Hendra. My name isn't ever spelled or said properly, I apologize profusely.
Okay, good evening, everyone. For those of you that don't know me, I'm Mary Anderson. I am a school counselor at Ventura High School. My previous duties with Ventura were a substitute for many, many years, so I've been on the campus a lot, a VHS parent of a 2017 grad, and an employee of Paul Hunt as his booster treasurer for many years. That was a joke, okay? Since I'm also a CPA. So I was gonna come up here tonight and talk about, and I'm still gonna talk a little bit about why it's important to have the green space, so I'm gonna do that first. But then I'm gonna have just add some questions, because I don't wanna go over what other people have already stated, and I spent a lot of time writing this, so I'd rather get to what we need to. As a counselor concerned with our student and faculty's mental health and social and emotional well-being, I am deeply aware of the importance of green spaces in mitigating and improving the human experience. So when I discovered earlier this year that the board was considering removing green spaces from our campuses, especially VHS's senior lawn, I wanted to speak in support of why we should keep our green spaces at VHS and other campuses if possible. Many are built, I noticed this, many are being built directly into the green spaces of campuses, especially the elementary and middle school, like they don't go onto the blacktop. But anyway, we should never remove green space to make room for green energy. That's a town amount rule in sustainable energy. Let me repeat, you don't take green spaces away in sustainable design. An enduring self-truth is policy or law should never restrict better solutions. Specifically, the VHS senior lawn should never have been an option to explore because it breaks that town to mount rule. We don't remove green space when we make green energy. These are my questions to the board. Where does this plan fit into the LCAP goals and pillars of improving academic achievement, positive learning environment? Where does it fit into the VHS master plan? What precedent does removing green space set for future construction and design? Are wind turbines going to be next on our campus? How important is the green space at VHS?
30 seconds.
Is the green space, the senior lawn, and the student space in our mental health less important than a rebate? I leave you with this. The quad should be viewed as an outdoor classroom where social emotional learning takes place. It may be the only safe space that some students have from their home life. Many students don't have a green space. As a counselor, this is super important to me. It's a critical part of their development. This is the reason renewable energy is called green energy.
Time is up.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Maddie, followed by Cherie Egbert.
Good evening. My name's Maddie Hendrick. I'm an alumni of Ventura High School, and I have a son there. He's a sophomore. I'm all for green energy, all for solar, but not on the senior lawn. I don't see Buena's orange peel getting solar panels on top of it. I would implore you to go with either option 2 or option 3. There's very little green space at Ventura High School that the students can play on. I have fond memories of watching my friends on the football team doing a pickup football game during lunch. If solar panels are there, it's taking up the only green space that they have. I understand that there's a lot of earthquake faults there, which makes Ventura High School kind of a headache to figure out building things and where to put things, and I understand that. But maybe this is a sign that maybe we just don't put it on Ventura High School. What else did I want to say? I don't want solar panels there. My son was not consulted. I asked him, he's a 15-year-old, and from my understanding, they just asked for kids' opinions of those who wanted to be involved. How many 15-year-old boys are going to go and say, yeah, don't cover up the solar or cover up the senior lawn with solar panels? I really think that maybe alumni, teachers, parents should have been asked with that, because I think that there would have been an astounding no. I think that's it. I just don't want the solar panels on the senior lawn. Thank you.
Next up is Shri Egbert, followed by Ryan Grau.
Okay, so for tonight, I had a comment. I will say just in the beginning that when I did look at the slides, there was a lot of information missing. So when there's information or not a complete report, it's really hard to make an educated comment. So thank you for acknowledging that. So anyway, I'll start with, my name is Shri Egbert. I'm the past VHS PTSA president. I chaired the beautification. I'm now leader of 18 PTAs, but tonight I'm speaking as an individual because we didn't agendize it. Previously, I have sent you 2 PowerPoint-style public comments meant to inspire what this precious space has been and what it can be. It historically has been a space for interaction, connection, collaboration, new opportunities, learning, and fun. Right now, it's at risk of being industrialized with an industrial-style array, which is not a shade structure architecturally, and will span almost the entire senior quad. Yes, you can still walk under it, but it's not going to foster the same calming feeling as a well-planned architectural landscape space. And my PowerPoint asked you to not industrialize it, but to beautify it and maintain it instead. I'm in the construction industry, and I don't have all the information for this project, but I have spoken to geologists and civil engineers who specialize and plan large solar projects. And so I'm going to ask, my ask for tonight is that before spending income here, and I know you're under pressure to make a quick decision, I'm so sorry about that, but I would ask that you invest in a conceptual, independent, alternative analysis from an engineering firm who doesn't have any agenda, special interest, or financial gain. There are firms such as WSP and Stantec. After speaking with the experts, I firmly believe there are other locations. Lastly, I'd like to share a thought about the student survey that was not posted until after the September 24th meeting. On the average, 70% of the students answered, "I wish the solar panels would go somewhere else," or "I do not want solar panels over the grassy field." Because they were told where it has to go, they were. I don't think, and also I want to say, I don't think I can live with it, is an endorsement. This is a legacy decision. What do you envision the Ventura Quad to be? An industrial functional place like a parking lot, which is the style of that particular structure? Or would you like to reserve the space for a stellar courtyard by design that connects to the sky with trees and circular-shaped benches which foster conversation, curiosity, and wonder? That is a measurable part of education also. And that, again, the safety, the savings in mental health, you'd be surprised. It's actually scientifically proven.
Miss, time is up.
Thank you.
Next up is Ryan Grau, followed by Andrea Kish.
I'll lean down. My name is Ryan Grau, and I'm the Executive Director of the Ventura County Taxpayers Association. I'm also a former Cougar, class of '94. First of all, I want to pay you all a compliment. Thank you for changing this structure, because I wasn't here at 6 o'clock, so I wouldn't have been able to make a public comment. I wasn't expecting to make any comment tonight, but I'm glad that you did. I really appreciate that you made that change. Now, it all makes sense, though, looking at your PowerPoint. I see that you have some one-time funding that's ending in 2026. I see that there's a rebate that, last year, the trustees refused to commit to making a decision about this rebate because this is a, quote, 2026 decision. However, I'd have to agree with Trustee Peterson that you're making decisions 30 years from now. And so I think it's time for the trustees to commit to where you're going to send this $14 million in rebates. Are you going to put it back into the general fund? which it seems like you're doing because you've made this cost savings analysis that factors in a 30 years with that $14 million. Or are you going to send it back to the bond where the Ventura County taxpayers believe it belongs? Because you have decided to make fundamental changes to this Measure E bond by dedicating 9% to this solar initiative, basically putting the cart before the horse. Because look, now you're making a decision whether or not you should put the structures over the quad where I used to have lunch in 1992, 93, all those great times I had there, instead of the infrastructure that you would build to actually find a place to logically put it. Why? It's because you have a deadline of getting that $14 million, because your one-time funding is going to be going away. Ventura County taxpayers ask you to commit today, again, like I agree with Trustee Peterson, to this 2026 plan. Where are you going to send this money? Do you want to send it to the rebate, or do you want to send it back to your general fund? And a little clarification would be great. Thank you.
Thank you. Andrea Kish, followed by Shirley Kelly.
Good evening, School Board, Superintendent Castro, Dr. Bayless, others. Thank you for allowing me to speak as a parent of a recent Ventura High alumnus and one current Ventura student. I am totally in support of solar energy. I think it's important that we incorporate that into our energy sources, but I fear that the current plan for Ventura High is flawed. As a historic campus and in the middle of a very dense neighborhood of homes and apartments with these additional seismic considerations, it makes sense that the Ventura site has many challenges, but installing solar other than the parking lot areas doesn't seem like a truly sustainable idea. The concept of trying to accommodate a long canopy of solar panels in the senior lawn area, a space that is the heart of the campus, a space that should be viewed as a green resource to bring students together for rallies, concerts, fair days, and just being together at lunch is hard for me to understand. During COVID, I don't like to have to think back to that time when we couldn't use the Ventura Auditorium for our concerts. The music department utilized that space, and it was really lovely. I can't tell you what it felt like to listen to those musicians play together in that space. I don't know where else they would have gone if there had been a solar panel there at that time. These panels seem like such a boon for parking lots and other industrial areas like Sherry mentioned where people are passing through, but it just does not seem appropriate to put this right in the center of a people-oriented space. Students need and deserve green space. It makes me sad that the view of the beautiful new mural of Dolores Huerta will be obstructed from the heart of the campus. There's no way to argue that this will not be a negative impact to the lawn area and the whole integrity and flow of the campus with a huge metal structure being put there. Also, I understand that these panels, when installed, will have no battery storage capabilities, so the panels will not be actually generating power for this site, but mainly used to offset the district's power costs. If there's no direct advantage given to the site for the installation of the panels, the need to install them in a less than advantageous position on campus seems short-sighted. Again, I realize that there's time pressures and I don't want financial loss for the district, but I can't imagine that the state wants us to have to decide between green space and energy sustainability.
30 seconds.
Thank you.
Thank you, Shirley Kelly, followed by our last speaker, Carrie Kigoe. Carrie J.
Good evening. My name is Shirley Kelly. I have a couple comments about the solar panels. One, I never heard about this until like a month ago. I saw nothing. I get 20 emails and letters and everything from you guys about what is going on in the campus and this and that and the other thing. But it was the first personal conversation I had with somebody that told me about this. And then when they were telling me all the details, I'm like, the one spot, like everybody says, the one spot these kids have to go that's supposedly green, it is the green spot, the quad, but you want to destroy it. I mean, this is what you want your legacy to be, is to put solar panels over the one spot where these kids can gather. I find that really disturbing. I mean, our campus, our weather, our beautiful Ventura. You go to other campuses, my cousins or my niece and nephew, my cousins, all of them, they're in Nebraska. They don't have this choice to go out on the quad. It is all indoors. They don't have this beautiful weather all the time. They get snow or heat and everything else. But we do. We have a chance to preserve this for our kids and for our future. And it's, you know, and I was very upset that I had not heard anything about this before. And these solar companies know what they're doing. They can adjust things, they can fix things, they can do it right at another spot. It doesn't have to be right smack dab in the middle of a one-of-a-kind campus. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. And our last speaker, I'll try one more time, Carrie Jacogian.
Hi, my name is Carrie Jacogan, and I am a parent of a senior at Ventura High School and also a graduate. And I also worked at Ventura High School for a year as a speech-language pathologist, and now I work for the County Office of Education as the lead speech pathologist. And I feel like my area of expertise is in a lot of behavior and a lot of that mental health. And some of us may know that in 2 days, on October 10th, is Mental Health Awareness Day. We get our own day. But here we are talking about putting solar panels on the only green space at that school. That is a huge treasure. And I don't know if anybody's ever seen it. I've worked there. I've seen the kids out during that time. You just can't describe it. It's the only place to go. And I get upset talking about it, like taking it away, it's just crazy. And having, you know, a contractor, we all know contractors are wonderful and the project is great. I have solar, but contractors give you that sense of like urgency. Got to do it now, got to do it now. But there's other ways and there's other places to put it besides the quad. I wanted to also say that the board priorities is student achievement, but you're going to miss that student achievement if you don't have students that are in a good mental capacity to be on campus. So you've just taken that goal that you have and you kind of just ignored it. The other one is culture and climate. Like someone mentioned, by now you're not going to be able to see that great new mural that is there because the panels will be covering it. I love the idea of solar panels. I think it's a great idea. I also wanted to clarify too that my son who's at Ventura High, I asked him, hey, did anybody ask you like what you thought? He's like, oh no, they asked for one volunteer from every class to go, get the information, come back to class and to share it. That doesn't sound like you got input from the students at Ventura High School. And as a parent, I wasn't asked. I also live right above the baseball fields. As a homeowner, I was never asked. No one put anything in my mailbox. So to say that people have given their input, I think that's a false statement. The last thing is that we talked a lot about green spaces, mental health. The green space will definitely help students feel calm. They can give reduced anxiety and depression. And now we're asking students to sit under metal. I don't want to do
30
that.
30 seconds.
If I go out at lunchtime, do I want to sit under the metal and solar if that was out here? No, I'd want to sit out in the grass. So I would hope that the legacy, like people have talked about, we're not just thinking about now and it's a dollar sign, but what can Ventura symbolize and how we can really help future generations. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. That's it for public comment this evening.
Thank you all for your comments. The staff is looking for direction from us, so do we have any other questions for staff before we discuss where we want to go with this?
Just real quick, it was brought up several times, even in the emails. Why can't we take that solar panel and put it at a different site? And I wondered if you could touch on that.
Sure, I'll actually start and incorporate a couple of other comments as well, but then I'll pass this over to Hassan and then NJ as well. So I'll just go high level. In terms of just reminding the board, this link is in the presentation. We had several staff members here giving public comment. Just wanted to remind those here in the board using the link that's in the PowerPoint. When the combined staff was asked, a majority of them picked that second design. So the second design included the locations, to the point of your question, where we would have them in 3 different locations. One of them is so behind the robotics building, next to the softball field, and then here in the quad. So the majority of almost unanimously, the staff said that was their preferred location. Just as a reminder, and this is where I'll hand it off to Asan and Angie, we reached this point because we had considered many alternative locations. And so I apologize to the individuals who feel like this is new to them. It's certainly been an ongoing conversation for the greater part of multiple months. So I just wanted to acknowledge that it is a shame that some people are coming into this conversation late, but it has been something that we've been doing over quite some time. So Asan, what would you like to add?
Yeah, I don't know if Ryan or Angie want to tackle that question about why can't we, so if the board decides not to, the portion that's on the student courtyard, if we wanted to remove that and still try to make up that size at a different school site that has more room to do so.
Right, our application with Edison is per meter, not as a whole of a district. So we can't over contribute, let's say at Buena, to offset the loss at Ventura.
Yeah, that's
in simplest terms, that's how I can put it.
And I think we're limited with the topography of Ventura compared to, like, if you compare it to Buena.
Right.
Buena.
Ventura is always limited due to topography and fault lines, and like Dr. Castro stated, we looked at every square inch on that campus. It's where we're at.
Can I ask just a clarifying question? Because you mentioned the staff survey. So staff were presented with the option of an array on the front of the school.
Yes.
Or the quad, but those are essentially the two different.
As well as
okay, and the one up above the like by the sand volleyball court.
Exactly. Yes.
Okay.
Any other questions? How about discussion now? Where do you think we need to?
I had one other question. So one of the emails that I received showed some alternative designs for an array over a parking lot, because one of the challenges with the Main Street parking lot, that's a staff parking lot, right, is that it would take up some of the parking if there were an array there because of the setback requirements.
Right, so the city of Ventura has a 10-foot easement from power lines which run on Main Street, and then DSA has a 20-foot offset from existing buildings. So essentially the pylons or pilasters for the solar canopy arrays would be right in the middle of that parking lot, so all that parking would be lost.
I guess, so my follow-up question is, the design that I was sent was didn't have the pilings in the middle of the arrays the way that, but they were cantilevered.
Yes.
Right, so is there a design option that would make them not take up all that parking?
I mean, we're getting, that's a better question for them, for as far as how far you can cantilever over from the structural pilaster.
I don't know off the top of my head, but DSA, Division of the State Architect, does have limits per their building code and the California Building Code of how far you can cantilever your solar panels over, like from the column, whether it's in the middle of the array or if it's like at the edge, and the rest of them, like basically a T structure versus an L structure.
Okay, I think the discussion that the staff would like us to have is that, do we go with 1, 2, or 3 in the designs, 1 being the full design with it on the quad, 2 taking it off the quad, and 3 doing nothing at all. And I think they're looking for direction tonight so they can move forward with where we're at. I'm not sure that we're in a position to try to come up with any other designs. We've been talking about this for such a long time about other locations, so maybe we can give the staff some direction from that way.
And I just think, and first of all, I want to be very clear that I appreciate anyone who steps to that mic and gives us any input. Like, we know you have other things to do, you work, you definitely feel that you need to come voice your opinion, and I appreciate your opinion. But once again, I've only been on the board for 2 years, and sometimes I feel we kind of create our own problems because we're not looking at the whole picture. If we have 50 people come in here and voice their opinion one way, and 50 people come in here and voice their opinion the other way, we're gonna have to make a decision. Sometimes people don't have the time to voice your opinion, and we have a lot of parents at Ventura Unified School District. If, to me, obviously the people that came tonight feel that there is a problem, but we're supposed to make decisions for everyone. Everyone means 2,000 students. 2,000 students mean that we have 2,000 parents most of the time, if you do the easy math, right? We probably have 4,000 parents. But we continue to spend months and months and months because 20 people voice an opinion, and we delay stuff and we continue to delay stuff when I believe if it was a huge problem and people really did not want solar on that campus, we would have heard from more people than we've heard from. I just don't think that making a decision on saving, let's just say if it's $133,000 a year that we save. Everybody in here knows that's a teacher. It costs $100,000 to put a teacher somewhere. So now you're saying this amount of people want to say no, and we don't want to save $133,000. But if we ask a bunch of parents, would you like us to add a teacher to your school? We'd have probably 500 people in here saying, yeah, add a teacher to my school. So I think we kind of create our own problems and we delay stuff all the time. And I love hearing people's opinion. And I believe they should come give their opinion. But after we hear the opinion, we need to make a decision whether it's to put it there or not put it there. I'm just saying that we need to make a decision. We're delaying too much. We spend a lot of staff time. We spend a lot of time that we pay people to research. We do surveys. And we spend money doing this, and we should. But once we spend the money to do it and we get the information that we ask for, we need to make a decision because we keep delaying it. We keep delaying it. And whatever decision that we make, I think tonight should be we need to get a consensus tonight because we're spending a lot of time on this. And we have a lot of things that we need to hear and a lot of things that we need to do. And I just think tonight should be the final consensus.
Well, I agree with you on the solar, as in, I think we could take out option number 3 as within the running, because I think we have a responsibility as just an institution to go towards this, energy independence, essentially. So I say that we remove option 3 from our discussion. If you want to do it that way.
Does anybody have a problem with that? No. Okay, so now we're down to option 1 and option 2.
I agree with, the savings is huge, but I also feel like there's value with having green space for these kids to, to be at. And it's really limited with the design of that school. There's not much available to them. And, when I was watching the presentation tonight from Ventura High and seeing them all out there on that quad for when they were doing their club days and everything, and I was just like, what would that look like if there was a big solar panel there? And I just am having a hard time voting to put it there if none of us love that idea. And, I have heard a lot of people and gotten a lot of emails that no one wants it there. I haven't gotten one email from anyone that's really is like, please put it there. It's a good idea. So that my 20% would be number 2.
I think, the hard part in this is that if we vote to put it there, we can't undo that, right? It's not a desirable location. I think everyone agrees it's not where we would have chosen it, right? If we were talking about the parking lot, we would never have had to go through all of this because it's great. Shade the cars, who cares, right? But we can't undo this decision, and it just for me, it just doesn't feel right to take away a gathering place at a high school at a time when we know that student mental health is a challenge, when we want kids to make more connections, when we want to build community, and we're taking away a spot for $133,000 a year. And yes, that pays for a teacher, but I mean, you know, we could sit down and come up with 20 other ways to shave $133,000 off our budget if we needed to. And doing it on the backs of students and their ability to connect, I just think is wrong.
I guess my question would be, all of our conversations evolve around what we think the students want. We would hear from them. When it's something, we would hear from the students.
But we did hear from them. 70% of them said, I would prefer it someplace else, or I don't want it there.
I don't think that's how was that the consensus we came to with the stats? That's not what we came across.
I think you're referring to the public comment. I don't think the public comment
that's not what
was.
the survey
But if you look
said.
at the data.
I don't want to, we can, if you want to go to that link and bring it up, I think what's clear is you have over, depending upon the grade level, just real quickly, look, starting with freshmen, you had a small group of kids that were absolutely like, I love it, put it wherever you want, we dig it. There was a difference between, I can live with it, although I wish the panels could go someplace else, which is very similar to what we're talking about. Like it's acknowledging that we wish they could go someplace else. So if you bring up the combination of percentages between I love it and I can live with it, although I wish the panels could go someplace else, the freshmen, those two combined percentages were 82%. Sophomores were 87%. Juniors were 76%. And seniors were 83%. So it was by far a minority of students that said, I don't like it, I don't want solar panels over the Grassi area quad, which is really a distinction between I can live with it, although I wish the panels could go somewhere else, but I get it. So I think, again, how it was represented in the public comment is not really reflective. That said, this is why we spent a lot of time in the previous meeting agreeing to the methodology, right? This was designed to be an informed student focus group. It was not designed to send a survey out to all students for a couple of reasons, and I'll just go ahead and reiterate those for the benefit of the community. One of them was that whenever you send out a broad survey with very little context, even if it's to 1,000 students, a typical return rate, especially let's just say for students or for others, it hovers around 30%. And then of the 30%, generally, that respond, they're responding without the benefit of all of the context and the back and forth and the information that was provided by staff in that focus group. So again, I want to acknowledge that the number of students who participated in the focus group was not large. However, it was all students were invited. The board was aware of all of the things that were put up on campus, the announcements that were made across the campus. I believe there was a public comment that said only one student was invited. There was, depending upon the context, that may have been partially true. The board was aware of the initial phase where the student senate was involved, which I believe Dr. Bayless is 2. So the entire student senate from across the school was initially involved, but that was aside from this, the grade level focus groups. So I just want to, again, acknowledge that the structure of the survey was only partially represented by the public comments, and then also the level of student engagement was also only partially represented by the couple of public comments. So that said, I'll hand it back over to all of you.
So I think, just to clarify, there's a difference between saying, I mean, where you lump the I can live with it, but I wish they would go someplace else is what determines that calculation, right? Because those are kids saying, I don't like that location, but I value solar. If you lump them with the I love it factor, then you get a big number of kids who are pro. If you lump them with I don't really want it because I don't like the location, you get a different take.
I guess what I'm saying is like I said, I've only been on the board for 2 years. But when students don't want something, we hear from students. We do. And what I'm saying is that if we're making a decision if we're trying to find a reason not to do it, then just don't do it. But we asked the staff, and they said yes. Then we said, well, we didn't ask the students. And when we get the information back, and the information presented to us is saying 82%, 80, 79%, but we're still trying to find a way not to do it. There hasn't been, we have student representatives that come here to the board meetings. They've been coming to the board meetings, all of our board meetings, for a month. And if the students were having a problem with it, their representatives is here. They haven't mentioned it not one time.
But we haven't asked them. I don't
We
think
haven't
that's
asked.
to ask
You guys say you say we haven't asked. So if we think that the students at Ventura doesn't know that we don't want to put solar on part of their quad, I think we're wrong. The students know that we want to put it there, but they haven't voiced their opinion saying no, and it seems to me that we're trying to find a way not to do it. So the discussion part is kind of basically is just what we feel. Because if we're saying that the students don't want it, that's not true. We can't say that. We can't say that most of the parents don't want it. We can't say that either, because we haven't even had 50 people coming here to say they don't want it.
Yeah, again, we haven't asked them, and I think that...
and we've been making those decisions all the time without their involvement.
The last conversation is we didn't ask the students. And then we said, let's ask the students. And we said, okay, let's ask the students. So now, are we going to delay it another 2 months and say, let's send a survey out to all the parents too?
I don't think we can. I think we've been asked for a decision tonight or a consensus tonight.
Yeah.
So I think we need to come to some consensus to move
But exactly.
forward.
But what I'm trying to say is, what consensus are we coming to? Are we just coming to?
We're coming to our feelings.
It's not based on information. It's based on what the
what we
five
feel,
people
right.
or what we're feeling, because we said that we wanted information and we got the information, but we're not making our decision on the information. We're making our decision on what we feel.
But I'm also making my decision on what I'm hearing from everyone that spoke tonight and all the emails that I get constantly.
And I get the same emails, but we got to start making a decision on what is everybody. We say everybody. It's everybody that you hear from. Is it 20 people? Is it 30 people? We have thousands of students. So 25 emails, is that supposed to sway my decision when we ask for information?
But I haven't gotten one email or heard one person in support of it.
And also, we surveyed like 5% of Ventura High School's student body, right? So it's not like we did a mass survey of students. We heard from 5% of the student body. That's it. So that whole sample size is 5%.
And out of that 5%, how many students came here and was opposed to it? Yeah. I'm just saying, out of the people, we haven't had not one student mention it.
No.
I think we just need to say what one we want to go with, and let's just, because we could just continue this conversation, which we've had for months. We just need to give them an answer tonight. Mm-hmm. So my vote, my 20% is number 2.
And I would say I support number 2, but also I think it keeps us with options open. We can add more solar later as the technology changes.
On the 7-Eleven committee, one of the major things that we were talking about when we were talking about surplusing property was, do kids use it? Do the parents use it? Not parents, sorry. Do the teachers use it? Do they use that piece of land that we're going to possibly make surplus and possibly sell off, or whatever we do with it? There were some easy decisions, but there was a really hard decision when it came to Anacapa, right? And that decision was split, right? So this is a similar situation. In my opinion, it's very split. We do have a responsibility for combating climate change, absolutely. And we're going to do that through solar, and it's going to get more expensive, right? Electricity costs are just going to kind of continue to climb. So we're going to see more and more savings on the solar panel. However, as a teacher, that's where, that space is so important The reason why is because there's not that much spaces at school to sit down and do learning. When I came over here and I spoke to a staff member, and they said, yeah, we use that as an outdoor classroom. We sit on the green, because there's no other place to sit where they have a lawn, and we learn. And it's an alternate seating, I guess you'd call it, or an alternate location for education to happen. And that was a similar discussion we had when it came to Anacapa School. It says, are they using the field in Anacapa? And all the parents, teachers, and students came and said, yes, we do use that. But the fact of the matter is, it's a very hard decision to make, because you're thinking about the future, yet are we going to sacrifice our students' space for that $4 million over 30 years? So my option is number 2.
Did you want to make another comment first?
No, the comment that I want to make is, I mean, it's option 2 now because we have a 5-person board. If 3 people vote for option 2, it's option 2. And I just want to be very clear on what my point is. My point is not just because of the solar panel. This happens all the time on different situations. Whatever the board decides that we do, I'm going to be 100% for it. But I'm also not in favor of delaying things because of 10 voices, because of 12 voices. This has nothing to do with this particular issue, but we find ourselves here a lot when we use the word everybody. I'm hearing from everybody on a certain number, and we've done this multiple times. My point is not because of just solar panel. My point is the efficiency of us representing people we're supposed to represent. We're supposed to represent the community. Between 5 people, the community is not 50 people. So when we do get comments, and like I said, I love when people come to the board meeting, but it seems that we delay a lot based on a minority percentage of people. And my point has nothing, whether I'm opposed to solar panel or for solar panel, that's not my point. I'm going to go with whatever the board decides, but we just really need to make a decision on what we feel when we hear people's voices. Just because it's 10 or 12, we represent 14,000 people. So I don't have a problem with going with option number 2.
And Serena, you didn't actually say 2, but you were leaning that. Oh, you did?
Yes,
okay. And just for the record, I'm with 2. I'm thinking of the aesthetics of the campus and what it would look like having that solar array there. So you have our consensus to move on option number 2.
Thank you very much. We'll proceed forward. I just wanted to clarify one last thing. It's not about a $4 million or $11 million. This project is for the long-term savings of the district. We're heading into a deficit. I don't know how more clear to be than that, but this potential project of $102 million will bring in approximately $2 to $3 million savings per year. So ongoing for the next 30 years.
Thank you. And trustees, thank you for the conversation, for the direction. These are hard decisions, but I appreciate the direction that we leave with today. That said, I do want to make sure the consensus that we have is for VHS, but it's only one part of the entire project. The rest of the timelines that we presented are everything else. So I want to be clear that part of this consensus too is, should another campus come forward, another campus community come forward, staff has permission and direction to move forward with the rest of the project based on the timelines that you've heard, correct? Okay. I just want to make sure, because
I think it was just because of this anomaly that happened.
And
so we already approved it. Right?
I agree.
Yeah,
I agree, but
good.
I just wanted to back, because we've already started to receive similar emails from other campuses, so I wanted to make sure. I agree. We've been treating this as an anomaly, which is why it's agendized as VHS Solar. So I agree with you. I just wanted to double
Okay.
check. The last thing is not for the board's benefit, but for the community's benefit. In the email communication and some of the feedback that we've received tonight, there were numerous statements about safety. Just know, staff, the board, we are never going to put students at risk, staff at risk, the community at risk. I just want to be really clear about that. I understand the reason that some of those arguments are used, and I think that those always have their place, but it is really important that we reiterate the fact that we're never going to intentionally and willingly, with full knowledge, ever place students, staff, and community in any risk or any harm's way. That's just when it happens. So I just wanted to make sure that I said that. Thank you.
I just wanted to say thank you to staff. I know we have asked a lot of questions, made you do a lot of extra work and kind of look under rocks. And I really appreciate your responsiveness. I know that you're trying to find a way to make this work, and I feel like every time we asked a question, you were trying to find, specifically Ryan, but also the NG folks and, all of you, like you've been trying to find a way to do this, and I really appreciate that. I know this is probably not the outcome that you were hoping for, but at the same time, we are achieving something really amazing for the community, right? No, but I just mean overall, if we focus on the big thing, right? We're saving our district and the community a ton of money, and it's the right thing to do. And I think, and again, just thank you.
And my last thing is, we talk about a lot of stuff up here on the diocese. I think that's what it's called, right?
Mm-hmm.
The diocese. But just so you know, our board is in a good spot. So we can argue like brothers and sisters because we are. And so, any questions or any comments that you have that you think swaying us, after we decide to make a decision, we're always going to be together. So there's no conflict between us. We always have to say that because,
Speak for yourself.
I like everybody. Everybody might not like me.
I too would like to thank staff and the vendors for helping us with this. I know it's been a tedious process. I just wish there was a better outcome that would serve all our needs, but sometimes we have to make those choices, and we have, so let's move forward and get it done. Okay, moving on to the consent calendar. Thank you. Moving on to the consent calendar, normally we would take them all as one item, 16A1 through 16E1. Unless there's something one of the board members would like pulled. Is there anything any board member would like pulled for individual discussion? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Levier?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
And Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Okay. Board ad hoc committee reports. Do we have any ad hoc committee reports?
So Calvin and I met as the property subcommittee and had a chance to go over with Dr. Mirza and Dr. Castro some of the early staff results from the survey around educator workforce housing. And that'll be coming before the whole board soon, but it was just great. It was very thorough. We got a ton of responses, which I think will allow the board to have a robust conversation around that. And then James and I both separately attended the Disability Summit, Disability in Government Summit, the first of its kind, hosted here in Ventura County, which was really fascinating to learn about some of the changes that are happening in the way that government agencies see their service to our community members with disabilities. It was really helpful. We had an all-day visual and performing arts planning day right after our last board meeting, and Deidre Menares did a great job facilitating. Of course, everyone wanted to talk to Hassan because nobody really cares about all the other stuff. They want to know how much money there is for... But Greg did a great job of walking us through the Prop 28 stuff, and all in all, it was a really, really lovely day spent focused on the arts. And then the only other thing I wanted to mention is yesterday I had a chance to attend Tea con Limon, which was State Senator Monique Limon's first Ventura gathering, and she talked a lot about her legislative priorities Congressman Salud Carbajal was there, as was Assemblymember Bennett, and it was just great to hear about their focus for our community, really looking at things that they can do that jointly serve all of our citizens.
Okay, any others?
I went on, are we on board reports? Okay. Yeah, I went on a few site visits with Dr. Castro. That was really fun. He wined and dined me there at lunch, so I appreciate it.
For transparency's sake, we went to Snapper Jack's. I bought him a burrito.
Yeah. I don't know.
All you can eat tacos.
You're right. So Mrs. Castro's a lucky woman. Sorry, it's late. Can you? Jesus. So I went to site visits. I went to, we went to Buena High School, Lemon Grove, and Vase. So let's work backwards. The first place we actually visited was Vase, and I got to tell you, that's an awesome program. I don't know if anybody of you gone, you all probably gone. This is my first time, but it was absolutely amazing. I love their program. We saw some of their compassionate work and going into effect with the student at that very time, and that was amazing. I thought they handled that very tenderly, and they're very supportive of each student. So I think that's what they bring to our community is that support to these individuals that not only are trying to get some type of certificate, but are also trying to get their GED. So I mean, it was a phenomenal site. Next would be Lemon Grove. Lemon Grove has come a long way. It's it's our little K-8, and I think it has a long way to go. But I think they're doing amazing work there. So I suggest going out there if you have a chance. Lastly, is Buena High School, and one of the highlights of Buena High School was the Wellness Center. And if you've ever been out to the Wellness Center there, it is pretty good. I took some of those notes and I took it back to my school site and I work at. I'm like, this is what you should do. But it was very welcoming. You go in there, it's cool. There was stuff for the kids to do, and they're lowering their suspension rates, and that is huge. And I think that's on the dashboard now. So that should be a model. I haven't seen any other wellness centers, so I can't speak to that. But that would be a fantastic model for every district. And then lastly is the disability conference. The one thing that I took from that was listen to those who are greatest impacted by policy concerning disabilities, because they have so many ideas and they've been through so much. I think that there was a young man who was deaf, and I was just sitting there writing down notes because he had such a perspective that I never could have thought of. Mm-hmm. So I'm going to go again and again if I could, because it was very informative. So thank you so much.
Calvin?
Like Sabrina said, we had the ad hoc committee for the surplus properties. We also celebrated a teacher celebration at VASE with Dr. Castro and the rest of the staff. And we also did Masters in Government on the financial side of the school board. And that's all I have.
The board ad hoc committee for negotiating a pact with the labor unions for project labor agreement. We had a meeting with Dr. Castro, Dr. Mirza, and our attorney. We're continuing to try to negotiate with the labor unions. It's going slow, but we think we're making progress. So it's something we're still looking at, but we're not there yet. So that will continue. I too was with Calvin and Dr. Castro at VASE for the Teacher of the Month celebration, and many great things going on. Again, James, as you said, VASE is it's a gem in this district that we just don't talk about enough. Okay, any other board comments?
James, you reminded me of something. What my key takeaway that I wrote down in my notebook at the Disability Summit was, speak with me, not for me, right? And it just is such a powerful way of thinking about all of the people that we serve, right? Speak with me, not for me, whether it's our students, our staff, our community. It was just a great takeaway for me. So I think it was super impactful.
Dr. Castro, coming events.
Yes, it is coming up, and I'll get started. There we go. AAPC on the 9th, DLAC on the 10th, PAC coming up on the 11th. We have LCAP, very exciting. If you really want to be wined and dined, hang out with the LCAP committee. They always have great food. So, Trustee Forsyth, there are a lot of lucky people in this world. Some of them hang out with the LCAP committee. The CDAC on the 20th, or excuse me, Special Education Parent Workshop on the 23rd, CDAC on the 25th, and very importantly, our VUSD Information Night coming up on the 12th. A lot of great things happening. And go ahead. So we have future board items.
Yeah. Our future board items, we have the Historic Preservation of Washington School discussion coming up November 14th at 4:30. And then the study session on the FICMAT report on the 22nd of November at 4:30. Those are open meetings for people that might be interested. And then we have to be determined joint use agreements and school safety updates. Any other future board agenda items that anybody is interested in? Okay. Move on to board superintendent comments. Any additional comments from the board? Superintendent?
Even though we're late, I do want to just take this opportunity to thank the board. As staff, we were just reflecting on the huge strides that we're taking. And although some of the public speakers pointed to our board priorities and LCAP priorities, they neglected to talk about facilities. One of our board priorities is facilities and the strides that we're making in the bond. Although, yes, it took us a little bit longer to get where we needed to get for solar. We just want to appreciate the direction because we talked about huge things: mental health, changes in our student information system, the bond projects, solar. All of these things are really significant, and the direction that you continue to provide for us and the support, it trickles all the way down to the people throughout the district. So I just want to say thank you. It makes our job, well, not easy, but it's that's too easy of a bar. But it just makes it really rewarding, and we continue to be appreciative of you allowing us the direction to think big and to dream big. So thank you.
Okay, we have no need to go to closed session. So with that, I'd like to thank VASE staff for all your work in filming our things. We really appreciate you, gentlemen. Thank you very much. And I'll call for a motion for adjournment.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Levier?
Yes.
Trustee Forsyth?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
And Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes,
Thank you.
we
Motion
are
carries
adjourned.
5-0.